The chat room. I mean, okay, to explain, yeah, the internet has been unstable, but whenever I lose internet connection recently, it only goes down for like a few seconds, is the thing. So what'll probably happen is if the internet goes down and the stream starts to buffer, just refresh and it'll probably be back in a couple of seconds, okay? This is just something we're gonna have to deal with today because I don't know how to fix it. Like, genuinely, no idea. Anyways, how are you, chat? Internet providers are the worst, but what happened was my internet was like perfect for quite a while, and then a couple months, I want to say like a month and a half ago, we lost power one day, and since then it's had an instability issue. But I have had internet pretty consistently, so it's like, yeah, hey Joel, hey Gold, hey Ricky, Puffy, random, useful, neat. A lawsuit when Hong Lu surrendered his witnessing to defeat Wild Hunt Hong Lu. Ready for a perfectly normal family visit? I guess. How does audio sound, chat? Is audio too loud? Or too quiet? For the game and or my voice? For the record, my voice volume is not only maxed out, but I have a bunch of gain on it. So there's, like... If you want me to turn up my voice, you're gonna be hearing, like, me breathing. I don't want to do that to you, but... Yo, Tony! Take money, go gamble? Perfectly fine? Good to hear. So, you're telling me to go gamble, but, I may have already done that. I recorded for the guide video that I gotta put out on Saturday, hopefully. Sia Gregor is an aura farmer. Bug guy just can't stop winning. They both kind of farm aura, to be honest with you. Turn up Faust voice. No. But yeah, I got in, because I guess I can show... There's an announcer? What? You can get these? Yo, Coffee, thank you for the 5. He gambled without us? I normally do that. It's better than usual in terms of audio balance. Okay. Good to know. But I'll show you my extraction history, chat. This didn't give me anything. First 10 pull I did, Rhodian. So that's fun. Mirror Dungeon first? God, no. That doesn't look right? What doesn't? But yeah, we got 2 Rhodians in the first 10 pull, actually. I didn't even realize that. Okay, in the first one that I did. And then this one, I got Gregor, and I got Rhodian again. So, oh, the announcer's being in there? Yeah, I know, it's kind of... I'd never even realized that you could get them like this. So it's a little weird that they're here. Expires on the 29th, apparently. Okay. But yeah, I have both of them. Am I allowed to talk about Uptie stories? Well, actually, I was gonna do the Uptie stories here since I haven't watched them yet. Because I don't watch them when I'm doing this stuff for the recordings. I just skip through them so that I can have the footage. So, yeah, let's... That's Fire Fist. Let's do it. Because I haven't looked at them yet. They're permanent announcements. Hey, Smiths. The sun shower. Alright, let's watch the Uptie stories. Because I haven't. Hello, smiled once. Man, I guess it was all just a lie. What was it again? This procedure is gonna replace my arm with an actual snake? Very funny. This is why I never listened to the guys who made it out first. The child impassively inspects his mutated arm, growing pensive. Was it because this 7th procedure did not result in the changes he was expecting? His arm became more flexible and the venom coursing through his veins had become even more deadly, but it wasn't all that impressive to the child, whose emotions had been dulled and eroded by the Heisho bolus. Will you excuse us? The Heisho Xianren has bestowed us a bolus. The child, who was still investigating his changed arm, looked up curiously at the other Heisho entering to use the bolus. It was odd. New boluses already. It hadn't been long since they received the last batch. Hair in my mouth. Sorry. Not to mention how they were accompanied by a small crowd that was soon to be converted into snakes. What? Is it already time to marinate the newcomers? It didn't take long for the child to realize what was going on. I guess we lost quite a few snakes last time following our lord's half-baked orders. Rumors of the next family hierarch evaluation had begun to circulate in Hongyuan. The prominent candidates used their Heisho pack more strategically, but certain lords who happened to get a hold of the leash by sheer luck used the Heisho too haphazardly. If he really wanted to take on an army, he should have taken those cockfighting roosters' leash. Ah, what was he thinking? Throwing a bunch of snakes at a full frontal assault? No wonder we suffered so many losses. A Heisho cannot defy their lord's orders. Even foolish orders like the one from the last lord, who ordered the assassination and ambush specializing snakes to attack in the open. Of course, since it is extremely difficult to gain control of any branch of the Heisho, most of them try to use them carefully. But like all things, there are always exceptions. Yo, I just realized I'm too big. You can't see, like, the name of the person talking. I mean, you're never going to be able to see the name of the person talking. I gotta get really tiny if you want to... I don't know. Is there, like, a good place I can be to not block the text? If I flip around and go to the other side. I mean, it's gonna look really awkward. This is not designed to go in this direction. I'm so sorry. Just move it to the right, 5-head. No, but like, you don't understand. It looks really weird when I flip it around. I can, though. See what I mean? Like, I guess it doesn't look too bad. It looks worse on the other one because, it's got the K on the outfit, so it's reversed, but don't worry about it. I don't know, does this look weird to anybody else? Is it okay? Above the name box? Yeah, but like, do you have to flip it? Well, I mean, it looks a little weird if I don't, right? Do you also apply rupture? Not really. No. It's good, looks fine. Okay, fair enough. I can stay over here for this stream. Looks normal. I don't agree with that, but I mean, if it looks good, I'm okay with it. Oh man, come on, fellas. Why the long face? You're all getting bestowed with those precious boluses today, aren't you? Some snakes began to grow visibly uncomfortable upon hearing the child's conversation with the other snake. So the child stopped, thought for a moment, then attempted to alleviate some of the palpable tension. Well, at least let me give you a few pointers. Let's see. I've got no idea if this applies to all Heisho boluses, but you do not want to drink the Shi bolus solution, okay? Can I quietly sit in the backseat? Sure. One time, there was this guy who grew a bit impatient with the process, so he decided to chug the Shi bolus solution, and, well, let's just say that he wasn't much use to us anymore. The mutations were too severe. Just relax and soak it in, huh? You barely have to do anything. It's not like they're sawing your arms off. Oh, and remember to take it slow at first, okay? Takes some time getting used to how squiggly your arm can get. I swear getting them tangled up was a real mess. He doesn't seem to... They were certainly helpful, but also rather cold. The silence in the room grew even more awkward. The child scratched his hair for a bit before slowly turning to the other snake and to change the subject. So, weren't you supposed to be on a different mission from our lord today? A different snake is on standby, having volunteered to take on the assignment instead, with our lord's approval, of course. I've got a feeling I might know who that snake might be. I'll head over there too, just in case. If she's infiltrating the infamous Jia family, it won't hurt to have an extra snake to back her up. By the way, I'm gonna pronounce like every name wrong. I just want you all to know that. Don't expect me to get pronunciations right on this one. I am not fluent in, I'm not really good at pronouncing anything in Chinese. I took a little bit of Chinese in elementary school, but I was very bad at it. I had a feeling this would happen. Would you a centipede bolus? Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's always these newborn snakes. Take them a while to realize their place. The child read the mission written on the bamboo scroll before letting out an exasperated chuckle. What the heck? I have never seen text formatted like this. How do I read this? Is it Pine Song? The mission was to find a small hermitage called Pine Song Hermitage and decapitate everyone on the list. However, the child knew that the exception clause written in small letters at the bottom of the instructions was the most important part of the mission. Should you encounter a target not on the list, crush their head. You saw a fellow snake hesitating before a young boy, a candidate. The boy was tearing up. It's a translation, though. Okay. The child watched in silence, but when he noticed the other snake's eye focus on the boy's neck, he moved his arm without hesitation. The arm slithered across the ground like a snake before coming to a quiet stop behind the candidate. Let's see. Is it a downward cut from this angle? No. Stab to the right. The pole arm in the child's hand suddenly leaped forward with a swift strike, and penetrated the young candidate's skull as precisely and easily as stabbing through an inert apple. Okay. They're just referencing Gregor. Okay. The strike was quick and silent. There was no room for emotional judgment in his motion. The child casually saunters up to the other snake, who stood frozen, her eyes trembling with shock. He chats her up. Whoops, just realized that you pretty much had the situation handled. I didn't just jump the gun, did I? My bad if I did. The child understands how his fellow snake feels. He's been a beast of the hay show for a long, long time. He knew exactly what this newcomer wanted. It was simply that he could not empathize at all with what she felt. He also had to wrap up the mission before it went awry. Okay, fair enough. Then, he let the incident slip away like a snake, pretending to be ignorant about what she was about to do. Gregory, you killed a child. Amazing. Great work. This is why you did that. Thank you, Coffee. I appreciate it. And told the other snake to return home, that he'll take care of the report. The child wasn't exactly looking out for her. He simply found it unnecessary to point it out. She might have hesitated, because she's still only on her first procedure. Well then, going through another procedure will take care of that problem. Oh. The child's ruthless, unfeeling words betray the casual cadence in which he muttered them. But his expression is utterly neutral, his gait unaffected. Perhaps the reason this child was able to survive all those missions to the point where he was receiving his 7th procedure was because he stuck to being nothing more than a tool in the hands of others. Take a shot every time they say snake. I will be taking a lot of shots if I do that. I'm not going to do that. Anyways, Rodian. It's very funny that Gregor is the senior one, because Rodian's ID is probably just better. I see a small group of people fleeing, navigating past the bodies growing cold and stiff. But it won't matter. Don't they know that there's no getting away from the snakes? Well, it is not as deadly as the night in the backstreets. The nighttime of Hong Yuan is when various grievances and resentments come to light and clash. Maybe that's why nighttime is when those who harass and bully vendors and merchants during daytime then tremble and fall on the dirt to scurry under their desks. Nighttime is when those who would normally look down on the poor are rendered sobbing and sniveling as they demand to know whose bidding we have been sent. Are you winning? I mean, I'm just reading the Uptie stories right now. Tunnel snakes. Every swing is a beheading of the arrogant. And their decapitated heads thump lightly before rolling across the wood floor like bowling balls. One of the heads comes to a rolling stop and its eyes stare straight into mine. Resentment, fear, sorrow. Familiar sentiments, all of them, swirl behind the gathering cloudiness of those eyes. Ha! Think you've got it rough, huh? You don't deserve to look at me like that. You've never felt the shearing cold. You've never felt the hunger, the sensation of bones sticking to your skin. How dare a mere beast of the Heisho lecture us? You're nothing more than livestock. I don't even look around as I decapitate the source of the voice with my polearm. I felt something rising in my throat. It was dry and discomforting. Don't they know why they're getting killed? How did they not see that this is totally just desserts? So, despite knowing that there wasn't anyone to hear my words, I speak to the decapitated heads as I walk across the creaking floorboards. It's never enough, is it? Even with all this boundless wealth, you still had to look for more, huh? I guess it's more of a rhetorical question. It's power, isn't it? You wanted that little morsel of power, something more than money can get, didn't you? They must have been too greedy. Greedy enough to draw the ire of a different candidate. My lords, to be exact. And they have the gall to give me that look. They pretty much brought all this upon themselves. Looks like I've decapitated all of them. My lord's orders were simple. The mission was to find a small hermitage called Pine Sung... Pine... I'm not gonna read the word above it. I think it's literally just how you're supposed to pronounce it in a different language, but it's not worth it. Because it's spelled differently here, but it's the same one. Pine Hermitage, and decapitate everyone on the list. It's gotta be like, words in languages that aren't English feature alterations dependent on the tense and tone of the word. So like, the word the in German has like 16 different variations, and it all is based on how you use it. There was a weird exception clause listed there. Should I encounter a target who's not on the list, I should crush their head, but I didn't see anyone that fit the conditions of this tiny hermitage. Well, now that's taken care of. I should head back to... Huh? I detect a very small noise coming from under the pile of crates. I reflexively reach out and destroy them, and a tiny shadow crawled out from under them. Ha! Ha! Do you think we get a new banner PV? We usually do on the first week. Whether or not it's going to be, like, multiple IDs, I don't know. It's the third week that they usually don't have a banner. So that's why the Lord sent the Heisho here. He knew that they were secretly raising a potential candidate here. A potential rival to him. Please don't kill me, Miss Heisho. Mom and Dad said if we want to live in Dagwanyan's blessing, I have to work hard to become the family hierarch and bring prosperity to our family. He's just a kid. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Now why'd you have to go and hide there? Couldn't you have picked a better hiding place than under some random crate? The boy is barely holding back his tears, but the hermitage is quiet and there are no witnesses. Now that I'm thinking about it, my lord probably didn't know for sure that there was a kid either. There wouldn't have been that awkwardly worded clause if he did. He would have just told me to kill the child. He must have sent a Heisho for this job, as a warning. A warning to others that he shouldn't even hear rumors of something like this. Well, I see how it is. If the Lord's gonna get me out of here, well, he can't afford to use us snakes for the big missions, right? That has to be why he's only using us for these small, cheaper missions. Looks like this Lord's finally gonna be the one to keep the promise. Huh? What are you... Don't worry about it. It's better if you don't know. You're a lucky one, kiddo. This was a mission I volunteered to take. No other Heisho's coming. And the other Heisho that's supposed to be here seems to have taken the liberty of giving himself the night off. I haven't seen him all night. Sit still, kid. Don't want to accidentally cut your head in half. I won't have to crush his head. A quick beheading should do it. I can explain this to my lord and... Whoops, just realized that you pretty much had the situation handled. I didn't just jump the gun, did I? My bad if I did. The head drops to the floor. There's a large hole straight through the skull. The boy's head hits the floor with a wet thump in a fashion unlike the other decapitated heads, which rolled away in an almost blithe bounciness. The flesh was raw. Viscous blood drips and sticks to the wood. Damn, it's like this lord's got a sixth sense or something, huh? How do you know there'd be a kid here? Yeah, right. This is why I hate this work. I'm not allowed to even make a single judgment. Just follow the Lord's orders. We won't make any enemies or friends, but that's what makes us nothing more than tools. His long-term prospects are pretty dire. At least I can comfort myself with the fact that the deal I made with the Lord will be fulfilled soon. This miserable work, just a few more days and I won't have to be a Heisho anymore. What took you so long? Our Lord gave me a last-minute extra mission. Had to take care of that first. Fair enough, IOI. I didn't want to say it out loud, but it's a little more than child endangerment, I think. Is the ID worth pulling for? Do you want to build a Rupture team? I know this seems like a weird question. I would say if you want to build Rupture and like Rhodian, then yes. I think both of them are worth it. But also, if you're not, like, super into it, just wait a week and shard them. They're both pretty good IDs, but I wouldn't say you need them at all. Mission? Yeah, Lord's looking to deal with a prominent candidate from the Shui family tomorrow. It's gonna be a big mission, so he'll have to let it go of our leashes once we take care of it, but hey, if he thinks the mission's worth it, then who are we to say otherwise? So, just asking in case you had your hopes up, but you didn't actually believe him, right? It'll free you up and take him under his wing? Huh? Oh, of course not. I'm not stupid. The words that came out of my mouth were strangely placid, almost jovial. Yo! Jovial? We're all jovial in this chat. Yeah, no insane person in Hongyuan's ever gonna take a non-adept Heisho under his wing. The family hierarch war is coming, right? It'd be a dumb move to not be a Heisho. So I'm so glad I'm a Heisho when stuff's going down for reals. We get a brief period to relax once they pick out the family hierarch too, don't we? Jovial. Jovial, you say? I'm not. Fuck you. Okay, Joel. Jovial merriment? Exactly. I don't think they put that in there for that. Deviat Rhodia still exists? I mean, yeah, I think they both have their merits. I don't think one is definitively better than the other. I think Deviat Rhodian is better for Rupture Infliction, and Heisho Rhodian is better if you want a unit that can actually stay on the field. Me when I'm jovial. It was as though something had taken control of my tongue to speak, as though all the gloom in my words were cleaned and filtered before leaving my lips. If I admit that I desire for nothing more than to escape this life of a Heisho, I'll have to face what a miserable thing I've become. You're not wrong. Besides, I know how much you guys will miss me. There'll be a super capable snake-sized hole when I'm gone. That's a... well, you're not entirely wrong there, but also not entirely correct. Come on, this is when you say, "You're so right, Kay." Ugh, no wonder you're so boring. You've been at this for too long. Well, let's head back. I'll report the mission's success to the Lord. I need to visit him soon, anyway. Hi, hi. The other snake leaves. I found myself transfixed by the crushed head, its shape now almost unrecognizable. But I soon look away and leave the hermitage. My room smelled of mold and lukewarm humidity. Old bulla-soaked wraps thrown haphazardly across the floor, blood all over my body. This mess of a room was just too much like my own heart. So I bury my face between my knees to calm the growing misery. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Everything he asked, I did without question. Was it too much to ask to forfeit a few months of his time with the leash? There was never going to be any escape from this life, no matter how loyal I was. I knew that, but I still had to ask. He could have chosen me. Why wasn't it me? I didn't want to think anymore. Thinking only seemed to sink me, drag me deeper into the endless abyss. I'm so cold. Good. Anyways, yeah, I think that Gregor is the much more specialized of the two. He wants to be in teams with Rupture a lot more than Rodian does, and Rodian's a lot better of a generalist. But both are very, very strong. And both have, like, the best poise generation of any ID in the game. So, like, there's that, too. Anyways, I plan to play Vern until it forces me to use Honglu, and then I'll play Envy. Okay, chat. I know that sounds really strange, but I am a Burn guy after all. Anyhow. That's not the Inferno. Funny 5-hit skill 3. True. It's also 3 attack weight, but not technically. Rodian doesn't have a good ego, that's true. Coward? Just use Liu Honglu? No! That idea is terrible. Does anyone know if death rates stack between different types? You can inflict both at once, but they don't stack with each other. We're starting with a combat stage? Okay. They don't stack, you can just have both at once. So bringing all the Heishos together is pretty good, basically. Clear within 10 turns. Oh. Chat, you were spitting. It is 7 units. That's interesting. Okay. Ordering for the Liu. I forget how you go first, obviously.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
이번엔 일이라면 함께하죠.
Oh wait.
일이라면 함께하죠.
Like that probably is the best way to do it. 7 units? We're back to Canto 4. We always knew that we were going to get 7-unit teams eventually again because there were a ton of things for it. So envy? No. Hey shows plus full stop is my gang for this Canto. I mean, that works, don't it? Burn? Did you know what stream you were tuning into? Did I miss anything? No, this is the first stage. Eventually we're getting 12. I don't agree with that choice. That completely defeats the purpose of support passives at that point. Again, once it forces me to use Honglu, we're switching to envy stuff. More team building potential? Merceau skill 3 conditional reachable? So true. Alright, let's go in.
꽃이 져 우수수 하늘 가득 흩날릴 때 빛깔 잃고 향기 멎은들 그 누가 슬퍼하나 꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고 뜰을 나섰건만 떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까 서성거리네. 그러니까 결국 이 풍진 세상 눈을 감지 않는다면 벗어날 도리가 없겠지.
보호가
What?
얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
Oh, is this his grandmother?
험난하진 않았어요. 하루하루가 매일 신기하고 새로운 나날이었으니까요. 할머니?
대체 뭐라고 이야기를 나누고 있는 거예요?
So we're just jumping right into it, huh?
식탁이 너무 넓어서 말소리도 잘 들리질 않고 애초에 이걸 식탁이라고 부르는 게 맞나요? 여기서부터 저기까지 끝이 보이질 않는데요.
I'm a centipede. I'm not a shrimp. Whoa. ALT?
어딘가 불편하신 점이라도 있으신가요? 혹여 소인이 도울 일은...
불편? 당연히 밥 먹는데 성가시게 왔다 갔다 하는 게 제일 불편.
God dang it, Heathcliff.
아니에요! 불편한 거 하나도 없어요.
그럼 보호가 친구분들을 소개시켜주겠니?
아니 나 참 남의 부모님을 만났을 땐 어떻게
What? Dude.
영 어색해가지고 시선은 어딜 둬야지? 이 정도로 웃으면 되나?
Gregory,
너무 경박해 보이지는.
did Honglu introduce you as his boyfriend? What are you freaking out about, dude? What? Oh, is that Yuri immediately? Technically no. The answer is definitely no.
아, 그럴 필요까지는 없어요. 내 집이다 여기시고 편하게 있으세요.
Local American confused by Chinese banquet table. I mean, I would be too, probably, if I were to be honest.
아싸, 땡큐.
Huh? Rhodian saying things in English?
라고 하기엔 집이 넓어도 너무 넓어서 편할 수가 없는데 말이지. 이러다간 물 한 잔 마시러 가다가 미아가 되어버리겠어.
아, 그건 걱정 마세요. 안 그래도 미아보호소 시설이 방 곳곳에 있거든요. 시종분들이 달에 한 번 방문해서 길 잃은 분들을 구조해 주신답니다. 아, 물론 그때까지 살아계신다면 말이죠.
What? What a messed up thing to just say.
홍루 씨, 지금까지 들은 것 중 제일 웃긴 농담이었어요.
I don't think it was a joke, Sinclair.
아, 웃기려고 한 말은 아니지만
Yeah.
덕택에 재밌으셨다면 다행이에요.
그런데 홍록은 다른 형제들은 어디에 있는가? 그대의 환영식이라고 들었는데 말이요.
내 환영식이기도 하거든.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of them is here. Thank you. Is English canon in the Project Moon universe? Yeah, it is actually.
그리고 얼굴만 봐도 인상 구겨지는 놈들을 보아서 뭐래? 같은 식탁에 앉아본 것만 해도 거진 10년 전이야. 그리고 말 걸지 마. 아까 내가 한 말 잊었어? 난 이제
Oh, right,
너희들과는
she's
완전히
mad.
등을 돌린 사이라니까.
Yeah, there's 13 languages that are in the city, and English is one of them. Something like that. Maybe there's 12, I don't know.
우리가 먼저 말을 걸었나?
저는 우리 포기가 이렇게 제 몫을 하는 사내가 되어 무탈한 모습으로 돌아오니 그것만으로도 더 이상 바랄 게 없습니다. 그러니 보가
Well, it's American English and British English are technically the same language. I know people are gonna get mad at me for that one. There's obviously there's differences. Like, I wouldn't be able to talk to a British person like a British person because I don't live there. I don't know the exact mannerisms. But English is English. You'll be able to understand it if you know it. Swiss German and German German, that's also true, yeah. Swiss German is more different than German than American English is to British English, I would say. There are differences, but you can definitely tell that words are different coming from somebody who spoke English first when looking at German and Swiss German and then comparing them together. Knowing some regular German gives me an advantage. I say regular German. Knowing some German German gives me a little bit of an advantage when reading Swiss German, but they're pretty. They've got a bunch of differences too.
재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는 언제니?
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지 못하고 저물까봐 염려스럽단다. 가모님도 그렇게 생각하지 않으십니까?
그래, 우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
그럴게요, 할머니, 어머니.
Yeah, it's Korean, German, Spanish, Japanese, French, Chinese, English, Russian, Italian, Swiss German, Greek, and Hebrew are the languages. That is true. I feel like you've maybe forgotten one, but I also can't remember off the top of my head. She doesn't want Hong Lu to find out that they turned his room into a gym. No, it's a sewing room, of course. It's always a sewing room. That's what my room ended up turning into when I moved out. Throughout the entire familial discussion, Hong Lu's expression remained the same in that tranquil, perpetual smile. Despite his return after years of wandering being met with his family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible, he stands unaffected, as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. We skipped past a new sprite here? I don't recall. Any French or Canadians in the chat? Is Quebecois French different from regular French? I mean, it probably is, but that's a dialect thing. My room got turned into a cat room. Fair enough. I like cats. With his attitude being so passive, I also had no choice but to watch as a bystander. A few hours ago...
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요.
가마! 우와, 여기는 무슨 가마를 타고 다니나 보네. 그치 그래?
그래, 소두 씨. 우리가 그 가마라는 것을 타고 가는 거지? 그렇지?
The usual comedy pair's disparate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네, 여러분들과 가시춘 씨는 H사의 주요 가문의 일원이 거주하는 대관원으로 가시게 될 거예요.
If they've sent a whole palanquin just to pick us up. Huh. Does Honglu's family already know that he'll be participating in the family hierarch war?
아니요. 그쪽에서는 아직 모르는 사안일 겁니다. 회사도 정보 유출을 막기 위해 방금 저희에게 이 사항을 전달했을 테니까요. 그저 귀향한 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨를 환대하기 위해 보낸 것일 테죠. 그런 만큼 가마를 타고 갈 수 있는 건 초대를 받은 여기 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨, 그리고 그들을 따르는 세력들뿐. LCCB 팀과 베르길리우스 씨, 카론 씨는 함께할 수 없죠. 안타깝게도.
Okay.
아쉽네요. 같이 갔으면 좋았을 텐데요.
항상 이런 식이지. 우리 집 어른들은 여기 있는 사람들 다 재워도 티도 안 날 만큼 넓으면서.
어머나, 그 말은 좀 감동인걸요? 가시춘 씨도 저희와 헤어지기 아쉬우셨나 봐요.
방금 전에 시원하게 내 뒤통수를 후려쳐놓고 말하는 꼬락서니가 얄밉네. 애초에 가주대전에 참가한다는 게 무슨 뜻인지 다 알고 승낙한 거야?
No, I literally don't.
우리가 가주심사라는 버젓한 명칭을 두고 왜 대전이라고 말하고 다니는 거라 생각하는 거야? 너희는 이제부터 언제든지 목숨이 노려지는 곳으로 들어가는 거라고.
I mean, that's not that different than normal, to be fair.
당연히 나를 포함해서. 객잔의 일을 벌써 잊었어? 그때는 웨이가 네 목숨줄을 지켜줬지만 이젠 밤중에 직접 목숨줄을 끊는 암자로 찾아갈 수 있다는 거야.
미리 유감이라는 말씀을 드리는 편이 좋겠습니다. 당신들에게는
Okay, dude.
칼끝을 겨누고 싶지는 않았습니다만.
I'm not a shrimp. Okay. Why do people keep saying I'm a shrimp? I'm not. I'm a centipede. Wei looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare.
그건 우리도 였는데
Sinclair?
마음이 통했네요.
Also, shout out to this guy in the background, by the way, who's just dripped out and has a robotic head.
반대로 말해서 너희도 언제든지 나를 찌를 수 있다는 뜻이기도 해.
아니요. 그럴 생각은 절대.
Jia Shichun ignored Sinclair's anxious pleas and looked straight toward Honglu.
마음을 바꿀 마지막 기회일 수도 있어, 오빠. 나는 마냥 가벼운 마음으로 내 세력에 들어오라고 제안한 게 아니야. 하물며 가주대전은 그렇게 쉽게 한다만다를 결정할 수 있는 문제는 절대.
네가 그렇게 살아왔듯이 시춘, 나 역시도 어렸을 때부터 가주대전에 대한 이야기를 수도 없이 들으면서 살아왔잖니. 그러니 우리가 느끼고 있는 무게감은 같을 거야.
I guess it is normal to have a good fit in H Corp. This is the second stream I have seen point out that background guy. He's kind of hard to miss. Like, he's very pronounced compared to the other ones.
그래. 여리게나마 이어져 왔던 협력 관계는 여기서 끝인 거네. 뭐 상관없어. 필요에 의한 잠깐의 동맹치고는 너무 오래 끈 편이긴 했지. 원래대로 돌아가는 것뿐이니까. 그럼 태평이 말이나 섞는 건 여기까지 하도록 할까?
응? 네가 원한다면 그렇게. 아, 시춘.
뭐?
가문의 사람들에게는 내가 참가한다는 이야기를 하지 말아줄 수 있겠니? 당분간은 비밀로 두는 편이 좋다고 해서 말이야.
이제 와서 그런 부탁을 한다고 내가 그걸 들어줘야 할 이유가 있나?
We'll probably get an ID of Wei at some point. I wouldn't be surprised. He seems like the type of guy that we get a 3-star ID for. And it seems like Merceau is probably going to be that guy. For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Shichun appeared rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Honglu, biting her lower lip. And suddenly strode right up to him.
이게 정말 오빠의 선택은 맞아? 아니면 그냥 저쪽이 시켜서 하는 것뿐이야?
Jia Shichun gestured toward the rest of us with her chin.
내가 가주대전에 참가하는 건 이미 정해진 일일 텐데 그걸 궁금해하는 거라면 시춘 너는 내 선택이라는 것에 중요한 의미가 있다고 생각하는 거야?
아, 또 그렇게 나오겠다는 거지.
This crap again.
가주대전이 어떤 의미인지 알면서 내가 왜 그런 걸 물어봤는지 모르겠다고? 대답은 됐어. 더 말 섞을 필요 없겠네. 그런 얄팍하고 허튼 마음으로 어디까지 살아남을지 보는 것도 재밌겠다.
Hey, wait. Jia Shichun, who appeared pretty distressed after that exchange. So I was about to say something when Pilot, who had been fiddling with the radio behind Saud, began shouting urgently.
과장님, 곧 가마한대가 도착한답니다.
어제를 생각하면 오늘은 푹 쉬면서 가고 싶다고. 그럼 빨리 타러. 아니, 지금 건 우리가 먼저 탈게. 어차피 양보해주는 거엔 도가 텄을 거 아니야, 오빠. 응? 그런 게 어딨어. 공평하게. 그 있잖아, 가위바위보라든가.
Don't talk about leaks in the chat. Okay? That's spoilers too.
야, 차라리 가주대전도 가위바위보로 결정하자고 하지 그래?
We're probably gonna hear what it is next time. Tomorrow anyways. Jia Shichun gave us a wry grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly.
아이고, 겨우 좀 친해졌나 했더니만.
저기 있다.
Oh, good.
가마를 기다리고 있는 걸 보니 의뢰자가 말한 후보가 분명해.
저쪽에서 몰려오는 괴한들이.
I see you, Geronimo Peronimo. We get a video tomorrow? We probably get an ID trailer tomorrow, yeah.
후보를 노리고 습격을 지시한 자가 사이와뿐은 아니었을 테지. 관리자님, 다음 가마가 오기 전까지 잡졸들을 처리하는 편이 좋을 것 같습니다.
I'm not a shrimp. Yeah, what can we do, right? Oh, right, Ricardo is the announcer, I forgot. God, it is weird having 7 people on the field. Swift ambushing stranger. Oh, they're tremor IDs with bleed. These green skills are actually kind of crazy. If this unit hit a target this turn, gain attack power up. If the target is Hong Lu, gain clash power up and damage up as well. Lose 5 SP on Clat. Oh no. When staggered, gain 2 fragile next turn. Okay. Yo, Geronimo, thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Generic baddies with tonfas. It's true though. I don't quite have enough wrath, but that's fine. I feel like these fights are not going to be that bad because we just outnumber them. I love that they have tremor. The battle music, though? I mean, this is the same battle music that was in the Intervallo. And we already know it's good. It's a whole lot of subs. It is. I appreciate it. Paying for the Cass anime. I'm gonna need a lot more, if that's what you want from me.
마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에 특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지.
I'm not particularly worried about these. I also out-level them, for the record. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm level 55. No music passive turn 2, it's so over. I mean, that's burn, right? It didn't really matter, though, because I had his skill 3 on turn 1. How many enemies have we got here? 10. They actually have a lot of HP, to be fair. Ooh, that's a lot of wrath. You want to eat those shrimp-flavored chips? I'm actually going to be eating shrimp skewers for dinner, so all of you can get over it. Okay. I don't know, they're fairly bulky despite me out-leveling them by a significant margin. Good job, Greg. Greg in a team where he's actually useful. Who would have guessed? Ares, baby? Oh yeah. This is why I like this team. You get to do things that are mostly just waiting for the enemy to die, but get over it. Oh, hello. I've never heard that fourth line. What's the seasoning on this gear? It's barbecue shrimp. Does that count as cannibalism? No, I'm not a shrimp. How many times do I have to say it? I recommend checking their passives? I already did. Oh, I guess I didn't check the passives of the guy in the darker coat, but I assume it's the same because it's kind of the same enemy type. I love it whenever Firefist Greg kills on his first coins, the animation is just him punching them. Yeah. They say you are what you eat. What? Are you Shiny Scolipede? Shiny Scolipede is Christmas colors, but I get your point.
그래도 전날처럼 끝도 없이 몰려오진 않아서 다행이네요.
뭐 그때는 얄팍한 술수에 속아 넘어갔었으니까요.
그보다 기분이 많이 상하신 듯 보였죠.
그런데 이번 일은 시춘이가 서운해할만 했어.
Rodeo, why is your eye a different color?
우리가 들었던 홍룬의 가족을 생각해봐. 그 난리통 속에서 유일하게 동맹의 여지가 생겼던 사람인데 갑자기 배신이라니.
Yeah, the passive just, oh no.
그러게요. 괜히 지켜보고 있는 저도 덩달아 민망해질 뻔했지 뭐예요.
Sauda chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her who pulled the plug on our alliance at the last second.
아니 근데 명색이 H사인데 왜 가마만 덜렁 보내주는 거래요? 기왕이면 호위들도 같이 보내주면 좋잖아요.
호위까지 보내줄 만큼 가족애가 넘치는 집안이었으면 처음부터 가주 심산이 모니하는 것도 열지 않았겠죠.
It's a good point, I guess.
철저한 약육강식의 세계. 가주 후보들조차도 수십 명은 있을 테지만 그들 중 누구 하나가 길바닥에 죽어 있다 해도 눈 깜빡하지 않을 테고. 실례했어요, 홍루 씨. 제가 너무 직설적으로 말을 내뱉었네요. 예전에는 이쯤 말하기 전에 누가 나서서 말려줬는데 말이죠.
개념치 마세요. 다 맞는 말일 뿐이에요.
Bro. No Liu Ishmael, it's never been more over. She's the 7th, or the 8th, I guess, in this point.
저도 다른 집들은 이렇지 않다는 걸 깨닫기까지 조금 오래 걸리긴 했지만 있는 그대로의 지금의 불쾌함을 느낄 필요는 없으니까요.
I don't know, I feel like I'd be upset at something like that, personally.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려.
Oh god dang it, I was hoping he would be lower so I could like be... Yeah, you don't really need Sinclair anymore, but Unfortunately, he's number 2 for damage. Yo! The bell tolls. Why would you ever call it that? I mean, I get it, but Dante be like, it's totally Soud's fault while ignoring Limbus Company. I mean, yeah, she's just taking orders like the rest of us, right? What's that ominous metallic noise?
타종의 소리인가 보. 하지만 보통의 종처럼 청량한 울림은 아니구려. 무언가 탁하고 불길한.
I mean,
이 소리를 들으니까 고향에 왔다는 게 더욱 실감나네요.
okay. Attack weight does matter, yeah.
이 종소리는 일정 시기가 되면 반드시 들려오는 소리랍니다. 홍원의 어디에 있던 가네요.
제적일이네요.
It's restructuring day. Oh, right, they're moving the buildings around.
네? 제적일이라는 건...
She trails off, unable to finish her sentence as a brutal scene unfolds behind us.
보여요? 건물들이 제각각으로 움직이고 있어요.
It was as Ishmael said. The buildings, all tethered to a complicated network of rails, were either rising from or sinking into the earth.
이 근방에 있는 모든 건물에 움직임이 관측된다. 남겨진 것은 없군.
어젯밤에 작달막한 소란이 있긴 했으나 이 정도의 규모는 아니었네만.
밤중에 제대로 된 시작은 지금부터일 테죠.
Hang on.
밤중에 보셨던 건 제적일의 전조 현상이었을 거예요. 공간의 재분배를 위해 알맞은 위치로 조금 이동했을 뿐일걸요?
Yo, Soud, how did you speak in parentheses? That's a good question.
그게 전조 현상이었다고요?
지금의 홍원보다도 훨씬 전에 H사가 남긴 잔재라고 할까요? 그때부터 지금까지 이어져 내려온 건물이라 정확히 어떤 무엇을 위한 특이점인지는 알 수 없지만 지금은 현 H사의 제적일 기준에 맞게 움직이고 있을 뿐이죠.
모든 것은 하루아침에 이뤄지는 소리. 최선을 다해서 노력했다면 두려울 것이 없네. 살만하지 않겠는가? 조금이라도 발붙일 자리가 생겼다는 건. 만약 그게 아닌 자가 있다면 어쩔 수 있겠나? 그저 조용히 물러가서 운명을 받아들이는 수밖에. 그 다음 달을 기다리면서 이 몸뚱이 하나 건사할 방법을 궁리해야지. 오늘은 몇 명이 떨어지고 몇 명이 버텨내려나. 부디 모든 걸 너무 꽉 움켜쥐고 있지 마시게.
With how horribly lacking in key this is.
놓아야 할 때를 모르고
You're so right, Lupine.
할 때를 모른 척하게 될 테니.
제조립의 말로는 영원한 추락인가. 보고만 있기에는 괴로운 광경이구려.
이것도 H사의 특징인가요?
다른 둥지에도 부의 척도를 재는 특출난 가치가 존재하지 않던가요?
I mean, T-Corp certainly did.
T사가 시간을 재화로 썼던 것처럼 말이요.
맞아요. 이곳 홍어는 그 척도와 재화가 공간의 소유 규모인 방이라는 단위로 결정된답니다.
We didn't literally learn anything about P-Corp. But...
소유한 건물의 면적이 곧 재산의 척도라는 말이구려.
네. 그래서 한 달에 한 번 평가된 노동의 가치와 소득의 양에 따라서 각자가 가지고 있는 공간의 면적이 정해집니다.
What? Oh. The Kekleon shop. Oh wait, damn, look at the falling bodies in the back. I saw them, I wasn't gonna point them out. Just... Imagining shopkeeper Kekleon as the one saying that is very funny to me.
잘 살고 있다가 갑자기 내 집에서 밀려난다는 거야? 아니 뭔 그땐 해괴망측한 규칙이 다 있나?
Dog, you gotta get your back fixed.
이곳에서
You're
한
making
번도
too
나고
much
자란 적
noise.
없는 저희야 그렇게 느끼겠지만
Or are they hinting that Gregor is going to distort this chapter for whatever reason? That'd be very funny.
오래전부터 존재했던 홍원의 규칙인데다 분배의 방식과 계산도 정교하기 때문에 이곳에 사는 사람들은 모두 자연스럽게 받아들이는 것 같더라고요.
그럼 홍루 씨도 직접 보신 적이 있으세요? 이 제적일이라는 것이요.
I think it would probably get you some dirty looks, yeah.
보았죠.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add this stream to the playlist. I can fix that later. Actually, yeah, let me check quick. I can't edit it while I'm live. Maybe I can? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna click a button. I'm sorry if this breaks something. Oh, no, it doesn't break anything. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm just making sure... Oh, no, it's in the playlist. Never mind, I got everything right. Okay, sorry, I was just... For some reason, I new computer stuff, okay? I had to make sure. I am dropping frames occasionally, but it's not too bad. If I'm in the chat, does this mean that the time gears from the BMD games are just borrowed from T-Corp? I mean, probably. I should play Explorers the Sky again. This is such a good game.
제 방에 있는 난간에서 가끔 바깥의 풍경들을 바라보고 있으면 아주 멀긴 했지만 분명히 보이곤 했어요.
His expression remains tranquil and still as he calmly reminisces. It was like then, when he was merely watching the featureless scenery pass by him.
제가 살았던 대관원은 제적일에 별 관심이 없었어요. 그곳은 방이 늘어날지언정 줄어들 일은 없는 곳이었거든요. 그래서 저는 바라만 볼 뿐이었죠. 제가 머물던 방에서.
너는 그래. 너라고 뭐 할 수 있는 일은 없었겠지만.
How's the Canto so far after 5 times trying to fix a thumbnail? Listen to me, buddy. That was YouTube's fault. That was not my fault.
이런 꼴을 보고도 그냥.
Heathcliff trailed off, but I could see that he was gritting his teeth.
가마한대가 더 도착한다고 합니다.
당신들을 태울 가마가 온 것 같네요. 이야기는 그만하고 타러 가시죠.
이게 가마예요?
네. 그래도 여럿이서 타도 될 만큼 큰 가마를 보내주셨네요.
가복 도련님이야. 귀빈 12분 맞소이까.
13인데요?
But I thought Sauda wasn't invited.
잠깐. 소인이 듣기로는 분명 복 도련님의 세력은 단 12명이라고 했는데쇼.
Upon hearing that, Sauda began aggressively striding toward him, causing the palanquin bearer to shrink in fear.
왜 이렇게 무섭게 다가오시는지.
12 맞는데요?
Oh. She's just being racist. Okay, I see. Or speciesist? Whatever the word is.
설마 당신 눈에는 이게 멀쩡한 세가의 인원으로 보이시나요?
What? Sauda suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer like I was some product.
이 홍원에서는 흔한 머리는 아니지만 이건 의체 아닌갑쇼? 시계긴 하지만
Ableist? I don't think it's ableist.
생각을 좀 해보세요. 당신이라면 아무리 돈 없는 애잔한 인생이라 하더라도 시계를 머리로 붙이시겠어요?
I mean, that's a good point, but also...
에이, 말이 되나요? 홍원엔 더 다양한 재주를 부릴 수 있는 생체 시술이 차고 넘치는구먼.
제 말이요. 대체 무슨 사연인지는 몰라도 세상엔 우리가 모르는 참 딱한 처지가 많은 법이죠.
Prostheticist? No, that's Cromer.
아이고, 이거 사기구만 사기. 이 어떤 뒷골목에서 그랬는지 몰라도 아주 단단히 당했어.
더군다나 시간도 안 맞고 제대로 된 의식도 없어요. 이것 봐요. 입이 없어서 째까기는 소리 내는 것밖에 할 줄 아는 게 없다니까요.
Because I don't even have a mouth. Those were some pretty damn hurtful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It was pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody tell Sauda I'm getting dizzy.
아이고, 정말이네. 누가 이런 천인 공로할 짓을?
다행히도 우리 마음씨 고운 보옥 도련님이 다른 둥지에서 시계상이 팔고 있던 걸 차마 눈뜨고 못 보겠다 싶어서 주워온 거예요. 통원에선 다른 머리로 교체하는 것쯤은 일도 아닐 거잖아요.
아, 그야 그렇지요. 돈만 넉넉히 있다면 전신까지 싹 다 교체하는 건 일도 아니니.
What? A new head? For me?
그렇죠? 그래서 보옥 도련님의 세력원은 저 포함 12인 거예요.
그래 보입니다. 하지만 저희도
곤란하시다는 건 우리 도련님도 아주 잘 알고 계시죠. 그래서 이렇게 작은 성이라도.
Saud produced some bills from her pocket and smoothly slid them into the Palanquin bearer's own. You know, you could have just, like, done that to begin with, I think.
에헤이, 이러시면 안 되는데.
그리고 아시죠? 이런저런 이야기가 새어나가면 괜히 일이 복잡해지잖아요.
알다마다요. 보아하니 사정도 딱해 보이고 해서 이번만 그냥 태워드리는 거요.
No, we already know that Otis is doing it on purpose.
안 된다는 놈이 왜 돈은 자연스럽게 주머니에 넣고 있는 거냐?
True.
자자, 거기서 그만 쑥덕거리고 이제 그만 올라타시죠.
Wait. Are we leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us.
아, 저는 여기서 처리할 것이 남았습니다. 걱정 마시고 몸성이 다녀오시면 됩니다.
가마보다는 고급 리무진 같구려.
이 샴페인 마셔도 되는 거야?
You're not supposed to chug champagne, Rhodia. What the heck?
무슨 작전 중 음주는?
자.
With a quick clap, Saud promptly put an end to the hubbub at the unexpectedly flashy appearance of the palanquin caused. Her demeanor had shifted entirely into that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago.
일 얘기하죠. 일 얘기.
Okay. What are the odds Pilot is going to screw something up in the next part? I mean, he does that frequently, right? So it wouldn't be out of the question. Okay. We're already going back to battling again. Clear within 10, level 47? That won't be an issue, I don't think. You know what? We'll just use Envy to begin with. Having 7...
H상 120번 홍로
does
준비는 완료했습니다.
make it a little easier to build the team, I suppose.
형님과 누님들을 위해.
잠깐.
밧줄 단단히 묶어라.
I like Envy stuff anyway, so let's do it. Like, who else would I be leaving behind? I'd have to leave behind, like, Ryoshu, probably, and I don't want to do that. No burn? No, because, like, people think that this team isn't real. Let me make sure I have everything equipped properly, though. That's fine. Yup. 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 The rest don't matter. Oh, you do. Yup. Okay, we're good. Go.
몸을 풀어두죠.
Garden of Thorns works now? It always did!
그리고 그 후엔
잠깐, 밖이 소란스럽군.
Not long after Saud paused over Otis's remark, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voice of the bearer on the other end.
습격이요.
평탄하다 했더니 아무래도 여러분을 방해하고 싶은 후보가 여럿 있겠죠?
Why am I not surprised? Yeah, I mean, like, why would you be surprised, honestly? Oh, it's just more of these guys.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는군. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도
These guys are exactly the same. Okay.
요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Oh no. Yo, recording? No, we won't start with that.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하고.
Reindeer time. This ID is cracked, by the way. It's actually genuinely really good. Now you can do anything at least? That's so true. Saud perpetually looks motions away from strangling. Yeah. You're being targeted by an attack skill, you genius. That's fine. I probably won't use a big amount of strategy until we get to the actual hard fights, though. Oh, they endure blunt. This isn't gonna go fast. I didn't realize they endured blunt. I guess it makes sense. Reindeer Hall moves a rock-solid gameplay loop. That's true. Are those poor people even able to carry a dozen people? I don't know. I'm not the one that makes the rules here. This isn't gonna kill. Oh, it did. Nice. Mind whip time. It is shaped like a car. That's true.
충전 기능 점검.
We're in no danger. You can P enter in this game instead of P spacebar. I'm not gonna use that anyway. Yeah, no, the sinking is useful regardless. It's just most useful when you build around it. Perish. The downside here to being this over-leveled is that Sinclair is not getting any bonuses because we're doing too good.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크군. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Oh, you fool. It's over for you. It is over for you, genius. You shouldn't have done that. The car makes it more aerodynamic, so true. The music's really good. I don't think that's ever gonna change. I think I might have killed the guy before he got to hit me with the counter. I did. Okay, whatever. If that's the case, they were all dead anyway. What is this? Oh. Middle move, yeah. It's fine. We're winning anyway. Who cares? You know? The music is Peem. That's true. It's too much blunt. kind of disappointed with the CIDs. They had some decent potential, but they focused a bit too hard on personal damage when their singular true damage archetype. I don't. Why is Rupture the only archetype that people are like this for? I don't understand. It's the. Let me put it this way. Cyrodian is the first ID since Pekwad Yi-sang that can have a skill that can roll 5 coins. You understand that, right? Like, it's a really good ID. I can't use both of these, but that's fine. It's funny. Like, the IDs are both really good. It doesn't matter that the rupture count infliction is not as good as someone else. It's the skill 3. Be when other statuses do damage. People probably want more count, that's all. Yeah. -5 rupture count? That's not true. It's -2 rupture count. Because the 3rd coin inflicts 1. And also, when you clash win with it, it inflicts 1 to everyone that it targets. Also, it's Gloom. Yeah, you gotta remember that too. That's important. You were, like, selected 3rd. I don't know how you ended up there. Disruption 2. Oh, this doesn't even have story. Alright.
여기는 순록. 선멸 지역 진입했어요.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는 거야.
There's no special rupture. There doesn't really need to be.
엄격한 것도,
Is the thing.
경지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데.
Can I get to 6 here? I mean, I guess Honglu isn't attacking if I do, but that's fine. They're better at generating poise when they're in rupture.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했던 오산이라 말해주고 싶고.
That is not enough charge. Okay. Gotta make sure he has enough charge before I click Mind Web. Dimensional Rift isn't really special rupture, it's just next turn rupture. If all Mao are gonna be rupture? I mean, we only have 2, so. Also, if we go by the game's definition, Dimensional Rift is not unique rupture. Don't know why. I know at least 3 of the seasonal ego this time around are rupture, but I hope that we don't get, like, non-stop rupture stuff this season, is all. Is Talisman counted? Actually, no. Talisman is not unique rupture. I think right now the optimal rupture team, for somebody like, here, how about this? I'll play, I don't want to play rupture because I can't bring Honglu in that. I want to say the optimal rupture team right now is all 4 Heishos, 5 Merceau, and 7 Faust. And then the last slot is just whatever you want in the last slot, probably. Ish's ego might be sinking based on the ego gift? Okay, but then look at Fey Lantern. Fey Lantern is an abnormality with 2 rupture ego, and both of its gifts are sinking. You can't really go by the ego gift to figure it out. 7 Faust over 7 Heathcliff? You can run both with 7 units. Also, yeah, don't discuss leaks. What about Deviat Duo? I don't know. Deviat Sinclair is very good. Deviat Rodian is obviously very good. I don't think that's part of the question. This is very much my personal opinion. I'll play Rupture for a couple fights after this so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Holy Envy? That's the point of the team! Oh. Okay. Get out of here. It's not really an opportunity cost consideration. He's one of the only Rupture IDs that isn't weak to blunt. He serves a very important use in the Rupture team, and that is being able to tank specific attacks. Lantern Dawn for 7th? Oh yeah, that's fair enough. The Abno that inflicts poison? Oh, Ambling Pearl. That's so true. I mean, it has a Rupture one too.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력
There we go. That's what we like to see in the
여러분의
slot too.
노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Okay, Petals. I'll use Rupture for a couple fights. You can always use Fang Hunt off of Honglu. That's true. He's pretty decent. I could also just use Ting Tang. Despite some troubles on the way, it seemed that we managed to arrive at our destination mostly unhurt.
어이쿠.
Whoops.
시간이 얼마 남지 않았네요.
No. Thank God. Daguan Yun Honglu's old home. Hi, Overdrive.
파우스트 씨, 제 작전의 핵심은 이미 이해하셨겠죠? 그리 보기 좋은 광경은 아닐 거라
What?
예상합니다. 핵심은 그들이 여러분을 죽이려 들어도 당황하지 않고 기다리는 것이 있답니다. 질의 겁을 먹고 처리하라는 명이 떨어질 수도 있겠죠. 하지만 홍원의 가주를 심사하는 자의 담력이 그 정도는 아닐 거라 생각합니다. 그렇죠. 상대의 그릇이 크기만 하다면야.
Honglong. Because he won't die as fast? We'd have to see how the ego works first. Because we know that the effect damages him, so...
어? 죽여? 뭔 얘기야?
그럼 다음 연락은 1차전을 무사히 마친 후에 하는 걸로?
So true, Heathcliff. After that cryptic exchange with Faust, Sauda leaped gracefully off the moving palanquin as Heathcliff murmured in his half-sleep. We watched her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the scattered humans that the restructuring day had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing. Okay.
참혹하네요. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 건 없겠지만
그런 무력한 감각은 업무 효율에 영향을 끼친다. 차라리 반복하여 경험에 익숙해짐을 추천하고 싶다.
Okay, Merceau.
홍루 씨는 집에 돌아가시는 소감이 어때요?
Sinclair has to be fielded because of his ego. I don't think that that's at all true. Sinclair changed the subject.
글쎄요.
말이라고 하냐? 복잡하겠지. 나는 중간에 그냥 다시 돌아갈까 생각만 수백 번 했다고. 만약에 문을 두들겼는데 그 애가 나를...
Heathcliff came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The other sinners stared at him in confused silence.
뭔데요? 말을 왜 하다가 마는...
Wow, look at these cool windows. I think we can swap them out with other images. I quickly tried to swerve from this subject again, but all I got was Ishmael's scolding glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me, not the time. I mean, that's true. That's the point.
각자의 희노애락이 있었던 도시로 향했을 때 여러분들은 모두 버스에서 각자의 풍경을 보고 있었으니까요. 로자 씨는 계속 어설프게 농담을 하시려고 했고 싱클레어 씨는 몇 번의 울음을 삼키려고 하셨죠.
Okay, dude.
그리고 이상 씨는 오랫동안 눈을 감으셨어요. 이스마일 씨는 호수를 내려다보면서 계속 혼잣말을 하셨고 히스클리프 씨는 잔뜩 겁을 먹어서 머리를 수없이 매만지셨어요.
You've really been watching us closely, huh?
우리가
봄 가버리면 꽃잎 모두 흩어지고 자기만의 문 찾아 제각각 돌아가리.
I don't remember if you can retreat multiple times with the dev yachts. It's been a while since I've actively used them.
저는 말이죠. 다들 각자마다 모아둔 꽃잎들이 있다고 생각해요.
Gregor got ignored. That's so true.
나 없는데? 그런 걸 왜 모아?
그러면 아직 버리지 않고 있는 것뿐이죠.
Okay. There was still a small transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burying, sinking shadow behind it. Oh. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is close, and it is resonating with Honglu's fathoms. What do you mean? We just got here.
꽃잎 묻는 나를 보고 남들은 비웃네. 나 죽고 난 후 묻어줄 사람 누구일까? 봄은 가고 어여쁜 얼굴도 늙어가면 꽃은 지고 사람도 가니 서로 알 길 없구나.
배우기는 왜 항상 이해하기 어려운 시만 읊어? 늙지 않을 방법 같은 건 널렸지 않았어?
머리카락이 희게 새지 않아도 봄은 지나가니까.
꽃잎들은 왜 네가 손수 치우고 있는 거야? 물에 띄어보내면 되잖아. 손에 흙도 다 묻을 텐데.
아까운 말 하지 마라, 오라버니. 잎들을 다 쓸어버리면 어디 가서 비 오는 소리를 듣게? 이건 추억이야. 비 오는 날의 추억. 그러니까 버리지 않을 거야. 그리고 흘러내려가 버리게 되면 꽃을 더럽히게 되잖아. 부욱 오라버니도 부디 품에 있던 잎을 전부 흩어놓지는 마.
Honglu, is there anyone you miss here at Dagwon Yuan?
네, 없네요.
어떻게 그럴 수가 있어요?
Okay.
가족들이랑 여러 소중한 사람들을 남겨두고 왔을 텐데요.
글쎄요. 잘 지내고 있다 믿고 있는다면 구태여 그리운 마음을 가질 연유는 없으니까요.
Okay. Do you still treasure your petals?
아니요. 출가하면서 전부 흩뿌리고 왔답니다. 그래서 이젠 비 오는 날에는 아무 소리도 들리지 않아요.
I see.
보신 거죠? 단테님. 제 기억을.
I did. Honglu laughed. He wasn't surprised or angry that I peered into his memories.
저 홍루 씨의 부모님은 어떤 분이세요? 아니면 그 종종 언급하셨던 할머니라는 분이라던가.
Sinclair added carefully. Maybe he was trying to commiserate, tenuous as the connection might have been. We were headed to his home to meet his family anyway.
두 분 다 이치에 밝으셔요. 할머니는 항상 저를 아껴주셨고요. 어머니도 아버지도 저를 아껴주셨죠.
어?
아, 거의 다 도착했나 봐요. 정원이 보이네요.
This is one massive garden.
본가 안으로 들어가려면 아직 조금 남았어요. 옛날엔 정원에서 사슴이나 토끼들도 뛰놀았거든요.
이거 산책하려면 하루 종일도 걸을 수 있겠는데요.
Yeah, that's the point, Ishmael.
주로 저는 제가 살던 방 주위에서만 다녔어요. 여러모로 위험하니까요.
It's dangerous? Why?
잘못된 길을 걷다가는 예상치 못한 사람도 만날 수 있고 표적이 될 수도 있고요. 밤에는 앞이 보이지 않을 수도 있잖아요.
그냥 마당에서 달리다가 무릎 깨질 수도 있고 나뭇가지 얼굴 좀 긁히고 그러는 거지.
Okay, dude.
히스클리프 씨라면 자유롭게 달리셨을 것 같아요. 그래도 항상 조심하는 편이 좋아요. 제가 5살 때는 나뭇가지에 누가 치명적인 독을 발라놓았어요.
That's pretty random, yeah.
독을?
히스클리프 씨처럼 뛰노는 걸 좋아하는 동생이 있었는데 우연인지 딱 그 주위의 나뭇가지에 독이 묻어 있었던 거죠.
어떻게 되었는가?
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 백밤만 자고 나면 괜찮아질 거라고 했거든요. 스빈은 언제나 똑똑했으니까 그렇게 되었을 거예요.
Okay. I guess I'll build the team once we get to an actual fight stage. Slowly realizing that he was dealing with level 5 classism and that Honglu was dealing with level 25. Yeah. It wasn't long before our arrival to a new place with Dakwon Yan was made known by the palanquin bearer's sonorous announcement.
뭐가 이렇게 많아? 대화청은 또 뭐야?
쉽게 말하면 연애를 여는 방이라고 할까요?
오, 그런 용도 직원 역에
Village size
하나의
menu.
마을 같은 걸.
No, I think he actually is dead. I think that's the reason they said it like that.
저기 보이는 건 호수인가요?
아, 그건 연못이랍니다.
Nope, it's a pond. Dude, size comparison is not your strong suit, huh?
연못.
도착하면 저랑 시춘이를 환영하는 자리가 마련되어 있을 거예요. 아, 로저 씨도 오랜만에 정말 배부르게 드실 수 있겠네요.
도착하기 전부터 이렇게 설렌 적은 처음인 것 같아.
저건 배인가요?
You have a
배를
ship?
정박해둔 거예요?
아, 네. 가끔 뱃놀이를 나가기도 했거든요. 아, 그리고 연못 저 너머에는 시춘이 지내는 건물도 있답니다.
Damn! I'm waiting to see one of the birds. You each get a building of your own?
네. 그래서 처음 홍원을 떠났을 때 다른 곳에서는 한 건물에 온 가족이 함께 지낸다는 게 신기했답니다.
이래서는 가족끼리 얼굴 한번 보기도 힘들겠네만.
그러기 위해서 따로 쓰는 걸요?
Oh.
이거 대화가 제대로 이어지는 거 맞아요?
He's immediately placating the other sinners as much as possible because he's observed their weaknesses. I mean, yeah, that's the point, right?
이럴 거면 베케이션을 처음부터 홍루군의 집으로 잡아주지 그리하였어.
그건 곤란해요, 돈키호테 씨. 출가할 때 할머니와 어르신들께서 꼭 당부하시던 말이 있었거든요. 때가 되면 자연스럽게 발걸음은 돌아올 것이니 그 전까지는 많은 것을 그저 보고 있으라고. 언제 오려나 했는데 시간이 속절없이 흘러 정말 와버렸네요.
Most sinners did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they've been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things that were once forgotten or lost were waiting for their return. But their reluctance is not that surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere. Especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't have been more obvious that his turn had arrived, Honglu was as tranquil as he always was. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be different this time either. But even so, can I judge that so hastily?
가시 오프라님 행차시오!
Again, with the palanquin bear's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival, the door opened.
자, 필요하실 텐데 어서 들어오세요.
Leaving behind the sinners who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display, Honglu bounced lightly off the palanquin and moseyed into the building. I mean, let me put it this way again. They weren't actually sisters. They were kind of forced into a false siblingship.
그거 참 설렘도 떨림도 없는 차분한 걸음걸이구려.
Please laugh at the ideas that the palanquin humans have engines. It's funny. I just didn't read the original comment.
그러게요.
좋은 집에만 살아서 뭐 무서울 것도 어색할 것도 없다. 이거 아니겠냐?
그래도 홍루군의 마음 한구석에는 가족들에 대한 그리움이 남아있을 것 같지 않은가?
Once we all left the palanquin,
모든 것이 상당히 넓고 거대하구려.
하인들도 대체 몇 명이래요?
a lot.
아, 술시가 되면 할머니가 방문하신다네요. 연애는 그때 시작될 것 같아요.
Shoe hour?
술시는 19시부터 21시 사이를 의미합니다. 동부의 특정 지역에서 간혹 사용되는 고유시간 체계죠. 추가로 홍루 씨의 조모인 가모는 이 대관원의 가주입니다. 홍원의 수장이라고 이해하셔도 틀리지 않습니다.
Oh, okay.
친인척인 날개의 대표
네, 이제 곧 다음 후계자에게 가주를 넘겨주실 테지만요.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를 넘기려는 이유가 뭐지?
Otis, as she probably saw an ulterior motive behind every move, inquired.
언제나 때가 올 거라고 하시긴 했어요. 당신께선 너무 오랫동안 맡으셨다며 말이죠.
Hubert levels of influence? Okay.
갑자기 나타나서 가주 대전에 참가한다고 하면 깜짝 놀라시겠어요.
It's not 9 p.m. and midnight. It's 7 p.m. and 9 p.m.
글쎄요. 어쩌면 담담하실지도 모르겠어요. 구태여 나갈 이유는 없지만 나가지 않을 이유도 없었으니까요.
저쪽에 시추님과 웨이님이 앉아 계세요. 다행히 무사히 도착하신 모양인데요.
Jia Shichun, who arrived before us, shot us the briefest glance before looking away with exaggerated disinterest.
방금 시추님이 저희를 보자마자 고개를 획 꺾으셨...
그 잠깐 사이에 되게 서먹해졌네요.
오, 우리도 시춘군의 옆에 가서 앉는 것이 어떤가?
No, no, I don't think that's smart.
틀렸어. 우린 이제 저기로 못 가.
어째서 말인가?
저희는 이제 가시춘 씨의 세력이 아닙니다. 적으로 취급받는 것이 당연할 테죠.
분위기가 바뀌었다. 이쪽과 저쪽, 우리와 우리가 아닌 것.
전장은 언제나 모략과 배신이 도사리는 곳이지. 오늘의 아군은 내일의 적이 되기도 하고.
I hate this line because I know everybody on the internet, every Limbus conspiracist on the internet is gonna go, proof that Otis is a traitor? And it's just, okay. None of you have read the Odyssey. Just stop. Okay, Otis is literally the only one in the Odyssey who doesn't betray in some way. Which is funny, for the record. I hate you, okay?
친구가 없다는 말을 이렇게 또 돌려서 하고.
That's a funny way to say I don't have any friends.
아, 부모님이 저기 계시네요.
갑자기 바로 간다고? 야이씨, 이름도 모르는데.
아, 아버지 조남은 가시 정, 그리고 어머니는 대관원에서 왕부인이라고 불리신답니다. 출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
They do look pretty similar. I'll give them that. Maybe the traitors were the friends we made along the way. Yes, that would be the problematic part of it. That would be what made them traitors.
가시 보, 지금 귀가했습니다.
벌써 왔느냐?
You're early. Okay.
보가 이게 몇 년 만이니? 오랜만에 얼굴을 보니 정말이지 반갑기가 그지없구나. 어떤 말부터 해야 할지.
The father, Jia Sheng. Again, I'm not going to pronounce any of this right. Jia Sheng's eyes dart nervously between us and Hong Lu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace as though she was in the presence of something so utterly deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. So they're Hong Lu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주시니 감사해요.
그런데 같이 온 분들은 누구니?
I don't think they're thrilled to see him, no.
대단한 숫자는 아니지만 밖에서 사귄 제 친구들이랍니다.
부하라고 소개하던 누구보단 낫네요. 그죠?
True.
야, 그거.
Hong Lu's mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us one by one.
반가워요. 우리 보기가 어릴 때부터 참 고집이 많았던 아이여서 어쩌면 같이 다니기에 조금 고생스러웠을 텐데 개의치 않고 부디 잘 보살펴.
고집이요? 홍루 씨가요?
Whatever it was she said, they don't seem all too happy to hear that.
보가 왜 친구분들이 너를 그런 이름으로 부르게 두는 거니? 선인들께서 점지해주신 너의 고귀한 이름을 두고.
Ah, I see.
뭐야? 왜 갑자기?
Hong Lu reached out and, gently yet indifferently, held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니. 그 고귀한 이름이니까요.
그렇지. 아무나 입에 담을 만큼 가벼운 이름이 결코 아니니. 아무렴 그렇고 말고.
이쪽도 원래 이름이란 게 있었어?
Also?
그 있잖아. 피사에서 홍루 보고 보옥도련님이라고 불렀었던 거 기억 안 나?
지난번 홍원에서 결투할 때도 가시 가문의 보옥이라고 이름을 밝혔었죠. 사정이 있어서 다른 이름을 쓰는구나 했지만요.
I mean, one of them is a pseudonym, yeah.
뭐 우리랑 다르게 고귀하신 이름이다 이거냐? 부르면 달키라잖아.
고작 이름인데 부른다고 닳진 않아요. 아, 하지만 닳는다고 믿으시는 분들도 계셨던 것 같네요.
그 이름을 여기저기서 쓰고 다니지 않은 건 잘했구나.
그래. 네 소중한 이름이 저자에 널리 퍼지면 너를 암습할 자가 얼마나 많겠니? 당장 이곳에서도.
They literally hate us because we're poor. Okay. I see how it is.
모친의 말씀대로 홍루 씨의 본명은 H사에 한 번이라도 연이 닿은 자라면 충분히 홍원의 일원이라는 걸 알아차릴 수 있는 지명도를 갖고 있죠.
대부분의 이름에는 그 근원이 담겨져 있다고 하오. 가령 동부에서는 부모가 자식에게 이름을 지을 때 어떻게 세상에 쓰일 것인지를 담아 짓곤 하지.
내 놈, 이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
Okay.
제 이름은 부모님뿐만 아니라 많은 분의 소망을 담아서 만들어졌죠. 태어날 때부터 옥을 가지고 태어났다는 뜻이랍니다.
과부. 끔찍하군.
Okay.
공로가 낫겠어.
조용히 말하세요.
나도 부르던 대로 부를란다. 혹시라도 보옥도련님 뭐 이딴 이름으로 불러대야 한다면 차라리 길잡이 그 작자한테 몇 대 후려맞는 게 나을 테니까.
I could feel the horrified gaze of the servant staring at us. Yeah, Ryoshi doesn't talk very much at all, to be fair.
네, 계속 홍루라고 불러주셔도 괜찮답니다.
귀빈들께선 자리에 앉아주시길 청하옵니다. 곧 음식을 내올 것이니.
이게 다 뭐냐?
That's a big fish.
이거 진짜 먹으라고 주는 거 맞아요?
I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There was quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to flaunt their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야, 리필 되는 거지?
What do you mean by that?
네.
Average fish from the Great Lake? No, it's from their pond, don't you see? Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것 같아요. 이곳에 참석하는 걸 원하지 않은 이 대관원 어딘가에 있는 제 형 누나들의 자리겠죠.
Everybody's like, how are we gonna eat all this? And then Rodian's like, can I have seconds? It's like, okay.
오늘은 저를 환영하기 위해 만들어진 자리니까요. 있어봤자 시간 낭비라고 생각하는 걸 거예요.
거참, 얼마나 부지런하게 사는 사람들이길래.
No, Greg, they just experience this daily. It's not special for them.
가모께서 당도하셨나이다.
Who?
가모께서 당도하셨나이다.
With that announcement, utter silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. And the woman... Oh, those are the roosters. Okay. And the woman walking out from between them, the crowd itself parting down the middle from her sheer presence.
아, 할머니가 오셨네요.
Was Honglu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H Corp and its chief executive director. Jia Mu's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain.
가모님을 뵙습니다. 가모님을 뵙습니다. 뭐야? 우리도 숙여야 해? 고개?
이미 접시에 고개를 파묻고 있으니까 괜찮지 않을까?
Okay, Greg.
이 옆에 흑수처럼 보이는 사람들도 있어요.
Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before Jia Mu, awed and humbled, Only Honglu looked straight at Jiamu without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked toward her.
할머니, 오랜만에 인사드려요.
보옥도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
It seemed that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead.
보가 얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니. 함께했던 분들이 모두 친절히 대해주신 덕에 새로운 걸 많이 배울 수 있었는걸요?
배움을 통달하고자 했다면 어떤 학문이든 다 빼어난 선생을 모셔 글방에 앉혀놓을 수도 있었겠지만
Erudition? Diechi Association mentioned? Sorry.
글방에 앉아 아무리 학문에 능통해졌다 하더라도 그저 그뿐일 뿐. 우리는 고기 네가 세상 물정에 능통해지고 세월을 허투루 보내지 않길 바라였다.
네, 알아요, 할머니. 과분한 기회였다는 걸요.
그래도 가주 자리를 내려놓기 전에 이렇게 잊지 않고 들려줘서 고맙구나.
아무래도 홍루건의 림버스 컴퍼니에
Okay.
합류한 것은 일종의 그란 트리스머였던 모양이군.
Alright.
그란 트리스머? 그게 뭔데?
Yeah, what?
너희 둘 다 주둥이에 집어넣은 것 좀 삼키고 말할 수는 없나?
유명한 집안의 도련님들은 본격적인 대외 활동에 나서기 전에 집안에서 여행을 보내기도 한다네.
Okay. This really be the Fast and the Furious.
책으로는 배울 수 없는
Turismo.
다양한 경험을 얻고 바깥의 문물에 익숙해지기 위함이다.
저기 있는 시춘이와는 이미 한 번 인사를 나누었다지?
그럼요.
총명한 아이야. 가주 심사 또한 허튼 마음으로 나가는 것이 아닐 테다.
맞아요. 시춘이라면 영민하게 잘 해내겠죠.
그래, 어르신들께는 인사를 드렸느냐?
곧 방문 드리려고요.
Oh.
왕부인도 이곳으로 올라오거라.
송구합니다, 가모님.
Honglu's mother hurried up to where Jiamu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여 강호를 떠돌고 있으니 마음이 편치 않을 것이다.
아닙니다, 가모님. 저는 우리 보기가
You don't have to lie to them, I don't think.
이렇게 제 몫을 하는 사내가 되어 무탈한 모습으로 돌아오니 그것만으로도 더 이상 바랄 게 없습니다.
He's been harmed a lot, actually. He just doesn't need to tell you.
그러니 보가 재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는 언제니?
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지 못하고 저물까봐 염려스럽단다. 어서 소임을 다하고 돌아와야 가모님께서 맺어주신 그 약조도 지키지 않겠니?
그래, 잃지도 말고 잊지도 말거라. 너는 우리 가문의 하나뿐인 옥이니 우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
그럴게요, 할머니, 어머니.
Nice to see you. Now please leave. Shui Bao Chai. It's just no combat in this. Seems like Honglu's grandma is still the head of H Corp in his K Corp Mirror World too. I mean, that makes sense, right? I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal, but Jiamu and her retinue of Haisho left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here.
어찌하여 저들은 홍루군이 당도하자마자 떠나는 날을 묻는 것인가?
그러게요. 아끼는 것처럼 보이다가도.
아끼는 모습도 통상적인 가정에서 자식을 애틋하게 여기는 감정과는 다소 일반적이지 않은 방향성이었다.
Alright, man.
보,
We kind of are busy with something else important. I mean, yeah, but... That's when an unfamiliar, chipper voice hopped jovial merriment into our conversation.
왜 나를 제일 먼저 찾아주지 않았어? 내가 머물던 건물은 네가 출가했을 때 이후로 쭉 같았단 말이야.
아, 보차 누나구나. 오랜만이야. 여기까지 와서 자리를 채워준 거구나. 고마워.
보호기가 오는지 미리 알았더라면 우리 설씨 가문의 다른 사람들까지 불러왔을 텐데. 반 오라버니도 얼마나 보호기의 안부를 궁금해했다고.
HRT mentioned. It's the second time. I've never even actually watched HRT. That sounds really weird out of context, doesn't it? It's his wife in the book. I've never read the book. Carrot. It's because she's looking directly into the camera, for the record. Every other standing sprite that isn't a sinner kind of leans one direction or the other. This one is just staring straight at you.
퍽이나?
Shichun had been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself.
보, 이곳에 온 다음에 또 누구에게 인사를 올렸어?
부모님과 가모님께 방금 문안드렸어.
정말? 그러면 내가 첫 번째네.
She made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye.
네 옥은 언제 보아도 아롱지고 깨끗하다. 보. 네가 떠난 뒤에도 계속 기억하려고 그 색과 똑같은 목걸이를 만들어서 매일 걸고 다녔어. 어때? 잘 보여?
그렇구나. 계속 기억해줬다니 고마워.
저 그런데
누구야?
아니,
네.
오랜만에 분위기 좋은 데가 참 그새를 못 참고.
Rodia stepped forward, unable to stand the curiosity.
아, 여기는 말이죠?
보차라고 한답니다. 설가 보차. 보호기와 깊은 인연을 맺고 있답니다.
깊은 인연?
혼인을 언약한 사이니 깊은 인연이라 부르는 게 어울리지 않겠나요?
Wait, Heathcliff? Why is Heathcliff?
그렇게 놀라실 일도 아니랍니다. 어르신들이 지나가듯 약속해서 맺는 인연은 워낙 흔하니까요.
아니, 그래도 말 한마디라도 해주지 그랬어.
어차피 제가 혼인을 하는 건 이 림버스 컴퍼니를 떠났을 때일 텐데.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
그러니 굳이 알릴 필요는 없다고 생각했답니다.
Hey guys, here's my wife. Yeah, it's exactly it.
저 아까 살짝 들렸는데 보호기의 친구분들이시라고요? 보호기가 지금까지 바깥에서 어떤 생활을 하고 지냈는지 너무너무 궁금한데 괜찮다면 소녀에게 그대들의 여행기를 들려주실 수 있을까요?
어린은 가라. 함부로 들을 이야기가 아니니.
Why did her microphone quality go up so high? What the heck just happened? Is Ryoshu doing ASMR now? What?
왜요? 저 피비린내 나는 이야기 엄청 좋아하는데.
That's great. You did not need to volunteer that information to me.
아, 보차 누나의 취미 중 하나가 도시 괴담 서적 모으기였거든요.
그렇다면 조금만 들려주도록 할까?
다른 분들은요? 저 모험담 정말 좋아하는데.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but I don't want to, you know.
그 말.
Greg,
앞으로 후회하지 않을 자신 있겠어?
you gotta stop making noise, buddy.
자, 앉아보시게. 이제부터
Oh, no.
끝내주게 용맹스러운 모험담의 이야기가 펼쳐질 테니. 옛날 어느 동굴에
The bear?
무시무시한 곰이 살고 있었지.
The bear is what you want to tell her about? Are you kidding me, Dawn? You've got so much to tell, and it's the bear.
식사 끝났으면 얌전히 각자가 머물 곳으로 돌아가는 게 어때?
시춘이는 오늘도 화가 많이 났구나. 네 세가의 사람들이 큰 전투에 휘말려서 많이 줄었다고 들었어. 어찌나 안타까웠던지. 눈물을 닦았던 손수건만 해도 3장이 넘었지 뭐니?
Yeah, me losing 1 SP, maybe.
벌써 설씨가의 귀에도 들어갔구나. 맞아? 하지만 그런 건 가주대전에서 보여줄 활약과는 아무 관계없어.
시춘이는 언제나 자신감 있어 보여서 보기 좋은 거 있지?
그리고 보차 언니도 조심하는 게 좋을걸? 보옥 오빠 저렇게 맹하게 웃는 척하다가 뒤통수 치는 게 못 본 사이에 재주가 된 것 같으니까.
갑자기 뒤통수 치는 게 재주가 되었다니 무슨 소리야?
시춘이랑 사이가 조금 틀어졌거든.
아하, 시춘이가 너를 포섭하려고 했던 모양이구나.
Yes, exactly that, actually.
탐낼만 했을 거야. 보기는 옛날부터 언제나 해맑게 웃고만 있었는데도 누구보다 실력이 일취월장했으니까.
You know, I did say no spoilers on the thing. The first 3 words are don't spoil anything. Anyways.
그냥 하다 보니까 잘 되었어.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴 했었다, 그치?
저런 유형도 드물지만 있는 법이니까요.
그러고 보니 혹시 치우 오라버니를 오다가 만난 적 있어?
나는 못 보았지만 이분들은 만났어.
다행이네.
She placed her hand over her chest as though she'd just survived an incredibly dangerous accident before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서 어떻게 되었어? 사이와를 포섭하려고 했던 건 알아. 포섭이라고 믿는 사람은 사이와 걔만 빼고 아무도 없었던 것 같지만.
That's very true. He's dead. It must have been a pretty open secret among the candidates that Jiacho was trying to ally with Shi Yihua.
같이 있던 이화 형님의 목이 잘렸어.
어머, 팽이 언니, 종이 언니?
What? That's not... It's not how that works. H! Okay, right? Yeah, shit.
이화도 참... 여전히 그 경거망동한 버릇을 못 고친다니까. 치우 오라버니는 가주대전이 다가왔으니 곧 올 거라고 생각은 했어. 뒷골목에 돈다는 그 흉흉한 노랫말은 대감원을 모르는 사람이 없을 거야. 소식이 들려올 때마다 대관원 분위기가 흉악해져서 무서워
Just
죽겠다니까
H.
정말.
You just have 8. H used to be an emote in the Discord. It was just the letter H. Why'd she abbreviate only one letter? You've been around with this game, I'm sure.
그래도 다행이지. 치우 오라버니는 가주대전에서 나를 먼저 노리진 않을 테니까.
어째서지?
당연히 곧바를 죽이기엔 제가 지나치게 사랑스러운 탓이겠죠.
Okay.
그리고 치우 오라버니가 목표로 하는 게 뭔지는 모르겠지만 적어도 저희 설씨 가문은 아닐 테니까요.
그럴 수도 있겠다.
Malachai took a step toward Honglu and leaned in close to his face.
오, 여전히 내게서 좋은 향이 나고 있는 것 같아?
보천 누나에게선 고약한 향이 난 적이 한 번도 없었는걸?
Literal walking death flag, but yeah.
오, 나는 쭉 형무원을 거쳐하고 있어. 떠나기 전 꼭 내게 들려줘야 해.
With that, she gracefully walked out of the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게 어떨까요? 이곳은 해시만 되어도 곧바로 캄캄해지거든요.
너 집 왜 떠났냐?
별거 아니랍니다. 어릴 때 종종 같이 놀던 누나예요.
Dude.
대관원에서 제게 친절을 보여주신 얼마 안 되는 분 중 하나였죠.
So where should we head to next?
그러게? 이런 집이면 이번엔 정말 기대해봐도 되는 거지?
제 손님으로 오셨으니 대관원 안에 있는 제 방에서 묵으면 될 거예요. 그리 멀지 않아서 가마 없이도 금방 갈 수 있답니다.
Chinese nothing there. Ni hao. I listen. You're not wrong, but also like, you know, yeah, I kind of figured we would have to fight to get into his building. Oh yeah? That's interesting. Alright, let me show you Rupture. My ordering is wrong. He's gonna be there because of the support passive. He's not required, okay. I should level these up though. I don't want to go into this under leveled. But I don't really like using my tickets right now. We're gonna get a bunch more in this Canto, it's not a big deal. Are we fighting blood fiends again? Not likely! At least I would certainly hope not. I'd be real upset, actually. I'm tired of them. Let me fight more interesting enemies, please. It's not the same resistance as a Sancho. So I don't think we have to deal with that right now, thankfully. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need at least one more. And that one more is probably this one. Hold on, is there a single Wrath skill in all this? No, actually. I should level them both up. Okay. We're just gonna use these new ones first.
어디서?
이제 명을 받듭니다.
급행 중.
새로운
나 훌륭한 미끼 될 수 있어.
I don't really care about the rest.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Seven Ethos Wrath? I'm not using him.
자, 여기랍니다.
가깝다고 한 것 치곤 꽤 걸었네요.
이 홍원이라고 부른답니다.
Joyous Red Court.
홍원에서 제일 향긋한 꽃나무로 만든 방이어서 숨을 크게 들이쉬면 말이죠.
I can see the enemies that we're fighting. They were in the trailer, so it's not a big deal.
이렇게 꽃내음이 코끝을 타고 퍼져요. 다른 건물은 안 그러는데 말이죠.
Fang Hunt Hung Lu comes with wrath. That's true, but he's only got one.
과히 그렇구려. 보이지도 않는 것이 제법 향기롭소.
I understand. I'm saying that like Sinclair has more than one wrath skill in his rotation. This place is huge too. You've been living here all along? Alone?
네. 더 넓은 방에서 지내라고 하셨지만 여기가 마음에 들어서요.
도련님, 오랜만에 인사드립니다. 스빈입니다.
Oh, hey, is she?
스빈, 잘 지냈어?
네, 평소와 같았습니다.
Jiren watched us emotionlessly as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression did not change even when she saw Hong Lu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time.
이분들은 도련님의 손님이신가요? 방을 안내해드리겠습니다. 따라오세요.
저는 따로 방문할 때가 있어서요. 금방 다녀올게요.
어디를 가시는 겐가? 우리도 함께.
아, 괜찮아요.
Close the UI. I don't remember how to do that, honestly. Oh, I see. I actually can't see anything.
어르신들께 문안 인사를 드리는 것뿐인 거라 혼자 가는 편이 좋아요.
자, 이쪽으로.
Yeah, she's got a wooden hand.
뭐 어느 작전이나 그랬지만 이렇게 현장까지 직접 와서야 겨우 실감이 나네요.
가주 대전 말씀인 거죠?
다른 후보들은 이것 하나만을 위해 몇 년을 준비해왔다고 하니까요. 저희는 그걸 하룻밤 만에 해내야만 하는 거고요.
나는 벼락치기 타입이어서 그런가 그렇게 생각하니까 오히려 자신감이 붙는데?
부조리한 상황에서 임무를 수행해야 하는 것은 이번이 처음이 아니다.
상관없지 않겠나. 어차피 우리가 노리는 것은 가주의 자리가 아니지 않나.
That's true. A few hours ago.
천만 다행이지 않겠어요? 그래도 저희의 목표가 가주대전의 1등이 아니라는 게
1등을 할 필요가 없다는 말인 겐가?
당연하죠. 저희가 왜 수감자를 홍원의 가주로 만들겠어요?
That's so true.
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는 회사 소속의 인물을 날개의 대표로 앉혔을 때 안정적으로 조종할 수 있지 않나.
일이 그렇게 간단하게 굴러가지는 않죠. 그리고 LCB는 LCB로서 해야 하는 일이 아직도 많은걸요.
그러면 뭐 우승 그러니까 1등이 아니어도 뭔가 떨어지는 게 있으니까 하는 거겠지?
가주 심사에서 10등 안에 든 사람은 순위 순서로
오케이.
창고에서 원하는 물건을 하나 가져갈 수 있는 포상을 받거든요.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야 안전하게 저희가 원하는 물건을 확보할 수 있을 거라는 결론을 냈습니다.
It's a golden bow. We already know that.
아, 괜히 기분 잡치네. 까짓 거 1등 해봐?
못 보던 사이에 자신감이 어마어마하게 느셨군요.
True.
뭐 별별 일 다 겪긴 했지. 우리가
그리고 그 홍원의 어마어마한 만물 창고에 어떤 것이 있었게요?
황금가주요.
네, 그 진정한 가치도 모른 채 다른 보물들 사이에 파묻혀 있는 상태랍니다.
Dead Rabbit Boss actually has a wrath skill and he has +5 count positive and rupture application. Now see, you're lying to me.
그래서 파우스트, 아까 소드 과장이 말한 1차전의 작전이라는 건 뭐지?
그러고 보니 파우스트 양에게 넌 짓이 이해했냐는 듯 묻고 넘어갈 뿐 우리에게 말하지는 않았구려.
가주 심사 1차전의 내용은 지금까지 후손들이 대관원의 어르신들을 위해 준비해왔던 것을 시험하는 자리입니다.
Okay. What the descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what Jia Shichun's been referring to this whole time.
네, 불로불사에 관한 것이죠. 즉, 각자가 생각하고 있는 진정한 불로불사란 무엇인가에 대한 답을 보이는 자리입니다.
Alright, so what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건 파우스트도 내놓을 수 없는 답입니다.
뭐 하자는.
다만 진정한 불로불사의 실마리가 있는 듯 흉내를 내볼 수는 있죠.
I mean, the abnormalities can't really die.
답을 원하는 건 그들이니 우리를, 정확히 말하자면 홍루 씨를 떨어뜨리진 않을 겁니다.
그럴듯해 보인다면 악착같이 매달릴 테니까. 그런 이야기인가?
그렇습니다.
그 가모인가는 제일 높아 보이는 사람도 그 녀석을 많이 아낀다며. 가산점 같은 걸 줄지 어떻게 알아?
홍로. 그자가 중요한 쓰임새가 된다는 거군.
그건
네, 맞아요. 이제 제 차례가 돌아온 거죠.
언제 오셨어요?
Honglu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, you're back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass depending on how you cut it. Honglu, you don't mind what she just said.
걸러들을 필요가 없었는걸요? 저의 쓰임새는 홍원에 있는 황금가지를 회수하기 위한 것, 그리고 그러기 위해 가주대전에 나가는 것이니까요. 그릇된 말은 아니랍니다.
He doesn't look as happy as he normally does with this face. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining it. Your use.
이왕 쓰이는 거 모두가 기뻐할 수 있는 쪽으로 흘러가게 되면 좋겠네요.
모두가 기뻐하기에는 시춘군 아까도 눈이 마주쳤는데 엄청 생코낌을 내면서 피해버렸소만.
시춘이하고는
Honglu's eyes twinkled briefly as though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가 좋아지게 될 줄은 몰랐어요. 비록 지금은 다시 원래 상태로 되돌아갔지만 잠깐이라도 꼭 어린 시절로 돌아간 것 같았거든요. 이제는 까마득하고 다시 오지 않을 시절이죠.
방금 뭐라고 했어? 지금 제정신으로 그 말을 나한테 한 거야? 바보 같은 질문을 했네. 오빠는 평생 취한 적도 없을 테니까 언제나 또렷하고 맑은 정신이었겠지. 어차피 내가 이렇게 화내고 소리 질러도 오빠에겐 아무런 타격도 없을 거 아니야. 도대체 그날 무슨 일이 있었길래 사람이...
시춘, 나는...
됐어, 마음대로 해. 제대로 된 가족이 한 명쯤은 있을 거라 기대한 내 잘못이지.
In that memory, Honglu was wearing a quiet smile even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연이란 것도 순간이고 찰나일 뿐일 텐데요. 그러니 저의 뜻이 어떻든 큰 상관이 없답니다.
Honglu. A sinner so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was. Someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us, instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of his own. But slowly and gradually, I had begun to realize that there was something off about him under the surface. Honglu, about participating in the family Hierarch war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네, 그냥 그런 거구나라고 생각하고 있어요.
관리자님, 애초에 저자의 가치 판단이 이 회사에 유의미한 영향을 끼칠 수는 없을 겁니다.
파우스트도 동의합니다. 수감자에게 작전 수행에 대한 거부권은 존재하지 않으므로.
그건 사실일 테요. 허나 그에 따르는 마음의 상태까지 무시할 필요는 없다고 보.
마음의 상태라. 하지만 구태여 마음을 들여다보기에 괴로움이 생기는 것 아닐까요?
그것이 무슨...
이곳 대관원에서 머물고 있었을 때는 말이죠. 제게는 수많은 선택지가 끊임없이 지나쳐가곤 했어요. 다른 가문의 그 아이를 죽여야 하는지, 제가 살아남아야 하는지, 죽어가는 저 아이를 두고 그냥 지나쳐야 할지, 도와주어야 할지. 처음에는 제가 무언가 선택해보려 했답니다. 하지만 그 선택에 아무 의미가 없다는 걸 아는 것에 그리 오랜 시간이 걸리진 않았어요. 그래서 전 어떤 것도 택하지 않기로 했답니다. 그게 지금의 저예요. 림버스 컴퍼니에 입사하게 된 후에 좋았던 점은 수도 없이 많지만 제가 무언가 선택하지 않아도 된다는 점이 특히 좋았던 것 같아요.
오케이.
조금 이상한 것 같은데요.
어라? 분위기가 조용해졌네요?
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠. 해야 할 이야기가 많습니다. 그럼 1차 대전의 계획에 대해 말씀드리죠.
Yeah, very helpful thought process, exactly. There's still some time until we have to leave.
밤에는 잘 보이지 않았지만 이 허수아비들은 무엇이요?
아, 아직도 있었네요. 이곳의 자재들이 거처하는 건물 앞에는 이런 식의 연무장이 마련되어 있어요. 걷고 뛸 나이가 될 쯤엔 누구나 이 허수아비들이랑 놀곤 한답니다.
놀이라.
Okay.
조기 교육은 중요하지.
허수아비랑 어떻게 노는 것인겐가? 그나저나 이 허수아비는 참 근사한 모자를 쓰고 있군.
아, 그건 제가 7살 때 처음 받았던 허수아비예요. 그때는 말이죠. 허수아비도 때리면 아파하는 줄 알았답니다.
모든 어린아이가 처음에는 그리 생각했을
He sang
것이야.
smiling, so it still looks weird to me.
그럼 여기에 태어나는 아이들은 어렸을 때부터 이렇게 자라야 하는 거야?
Don, that's a hat. Exactly.
아, 그건 아니에요.
우와, 이번에 할머니가 형한테 선물로 주셨다는 게. 맞아. 그런데 아직 쓰임새는 잘 모르겠어. 옷 같은 걸 입혀주거나 장신구를 매달아주는 인형 아니겠어? 보호형 집을 지켜주는 수호신 같은 걸지도 몰라.
얼씨구.
Oh, I thought that was him for a second. Oops.
이건 말이지. 이렇게 쓰는 거라고.
형이 할머니가 준 선물을 때렸어. 그렇게 하면 아파하지 않을까?
아파해? 참나.
I think it's the N-Corp guy, yeah. Any thoughts on the new IDs? I think they're both really good. That's all I can really say about them without going into depth again.
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게 더 정확할 거예요.
생각보다 제대로 된 수, 목, 인이군.
Wooden training
생각보다
dummy.
정교하게
Oh.
설계된 물건 같은데 출발하기까지 제법 시간이 남았으니 사용해보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠군.
Please, you are hurting him.
땀나는 거 싫은데.
How many pulls did it take you to get both? Well, I got Rhodia 3 times, but it took me 40 pulls to get both.
뭐 위험한 것도 아니고 컨디션도 체크할 겸 써보는 것도 괜찮겠네요.
들었나 제군들? 지금부터 우리는 관리자님의 명령에 따라 전력으로 허수아비를 상대한다.
I didn't give you that order. Hey, I didn't even give an order. Yeah, exactly. Oh well, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping now.
전원 돌격!
It was pretty lucky, yeah.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는군. 우리
Right.
중지가
Bandaged
검지처럼
wooden
엄격한
dummy?
것도 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는
Yeah, I
것도
know. They're in the
아니고
Book of Vengeance. We know, Ricardo. Gain clash power for every negative effect on self. Interesting. Okay. If this unit failed to hit with a skill, gain clash power up next turn. Equal to the number of turns this unit failed to hit. If this unit hits an enemy with a skill, reset. If this unit was hit by 4 or more attack skills, to all enemies that attack this unit, apply 1 damage up next turn for every turn this unit was hit. If this unit was hit by 3 or fewer, reset. Okay. Interesting. Coolio. Hello. I'm gonna profile this training dummy, apparently. That's fine.
끝났습니다.
What did the dummies do to get put in the Book of Vengeance? I have no idea. Yeah, it's new music.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신.
You
최상이군.
don't have this
이런
yet.
푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이었지.
You're gonna see Rhodia do a thing now. Bonk.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
Oh, I should equip Thoracalgia onto Faust. I keep forgetting to do that. It would just help a lot with this specific team composition. That I'm now realizing cannot feel it. That's okay.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
놀랐어?
They do have faces. That's very true.
웃기는 자식들.
Oh no, I have.
고래구이 파티를
never
열어주겠다고
mind.
하니. 좀 낫나?
I don't have the ego equipped, so I can't use it. Oh, it's because it's the big skill. That's okay. Merceau can have some damage taken as a treat.
깔끔하게.
Can you feel Ryoshi's Thoracalgia? Yes. But hers is less important. Oh, I forgot that has an effect on it. Okay, Greg. Heck? I'm surprised that I didn't get a crit with any of those, to be honest. No, Faust is the one that matters. Ryoshi's is irrelevant for the most part. Well, the faces change because they're spinning. It's they've got different faces on each side. I'm not allowed to. These guys feel more like Poison Rupture. Oh no, they're definitely both. Don't get it twisted. They do have hats, it's true. Okay, well that's the end of the fight. Almost. We're almost there. Bonk. Huh? Oh, I was at 9 speed, wasn't I? That's really obnoxious.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
좋은 결투였다.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐군.
Here,
다음
let
먹잇감도
me.
이런 식이었으면
This is the
좋겠어.
same enemies. Let me equip Fast Thor killed you. It's important. It's not like the most necessary thing in the world, but it's definitely good to have. I could solve some of these issues by replacing Sinclair with Yisang, actually. I wouldn't be able to fuel Ryoshu's, any of Ryoshu's ego, but she doesn't really need it, to be fair. It's fine.
뜀박질 시간.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는 거야.
Can we stop talking about
우리 중지가
data mines?
엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데.
I don't know why this is so difficult, to be honest. You're not clashing, just attack.
깔끔하게.
Now, elite dummies. Oh yeah, these are different, now that I think about it. These do look different. You're correct. I doubt they're gonna be much more difficult, though. Good morning, Faye.
반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추겠네. 그게 태경이지.
The lack of good SB game? Well, the thing about Rupture IDs is that they're supposed to kind of have a lack of good clashing, right?
승부처다.
You would inflict a lot. I understand that I'd be inflicting a lot better Rupture if I had Talisman Sinclair on the bench, but I don't want to do that. That's boring.
끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀
Yes,
났나?
please. Oh yeah. Do they have anything new, or is it just basically all the same? Yeah, it's all exactly the same. They just look different. Okay.
가치 없군.
Wasn't even an event ego, it was a seasonal ego. Which one? Thoracalgia, yeah. All seasonal content is unavailable to be dispensed in the season after it was released. Event stuff,
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
no, it's all seasonal stuff. You can still pull it. That's the difference. What am I missing here? It's pride, right? Yeah, I don't have enough pride. This team is, granted, not very good at generating pride.
뜀박질 중. 관찰은 끝났습니다.
방금의 혹신 그 자체야.
어머, 놀랐어?
Yeah, the battle pass ego you can shard.
좀 투성이네.
비켜달라고 했잖아요.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. See, this is the problem with Rupture. Literally all of them are weak to blunt. That's a big deal. It's one of the reasons that Deviat Sinclair is actually a good addition, because he's resistant to it. Gregor doesn't have any snake right now. Let's give him some. Why do they have Sin Affinity attacks? Because that's a game mechanic, and changing that would be weird, I think. God, he's getting hit a lot. Jeez.
아픕니다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
Unfortunate. Rest in peace, Ryoshu. No, she didn't even get staggered. Never mind. She's fine. Dead Rabbit's boss isn't weak to blunt? Yeah, you don't see me using him very often, though, to be honest. So, like, you know.
더 이상 얻을 정보는 없군요.
You get Dawn in part 2. Well, the ego is always really late.
오, 잠이 깨긴 하네 이거.
매번 큰일 있기 전에 시비나 걸리고 시작하니까 결국 이렇게까지 몸을 풀어야 직성이 풀리게 되어버렸네요.
그래도 유의미한 준비 운동이었다.
그런데 홍루 씨는 왜 지금까지 가주대전에 참가를 할 생각이 없었던 건가요?
He didn't want to.
다른 형제자매분들은 아주 오래전부터 기다려왔던 것 같아서요.
단순해요. 가주가 되고 싶다고 생각한 적은 한 번도 없었으니까요.
정말로 다행이지 않니?
I think that all the seasonals are probably going to be Heisho related. It just makes sense for this chapter if we continue seeing them anyway.
옥을 물고 태어나지 않았다면 영락 없이 네 다른 형제 자매처럼 가주대전을 준비하며 힘든 시간을 겪어야 했을 거란다. 너는 그런 것에 힘쓰지 않아도 집안 어르신분들과 가모님이 너를 아껴줄 거란다.
Heisho Arcorp Gregor. Okay.
그저 많은 것을 보며 살아가다오. 우리 집안의 옥, 소중한 보가.
More memories. What's wrong, Yisang? You seem kind of distraught.
어제 파우스트 양이 일컬어 주었던 계획 말이요. 나는 사실 그리 탐탁지가 않소.
Training dummy IT? I don't know how you would even do that.
저도요. 하지만 홍루 씨가 괜찮다고 하셨으니까요.
그런데 그걸 계획이라고 부를 수가 있는 건가요?
행동의 지침과 기대 목표가 있으니 계획이라는 정의에는 들어맞는다.
그리고 가주대전에 두 번째 기회라는 건 없으니까요.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지,
That's
죽은?
not surprising.
그 외에
She
임무를
hits
성공적으로
too many
100번만
enemies to not
수행하면
have max damage, honestly.
죽은? 설마 소유권을 벌써
To be
다 쓴
free
거야?
from aging and death.
말도 안 돼.
Stop it. Rhea,
이건
Rodian?
약속이랑 다르잖아.
Rodian, I need you to shut up.
보옥도련님 외 12인 철벽당 입성하십니다.
We entered the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrival with the resounding holler we'd grown to expect.
투기장이나 경기장 같은 형태인가? 보는 눈이 제법 많은 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
I looked up to see that the audience seats, which were brimming with people, were divided into stair-like terraces, and on the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants in the circular area in the center. So, are the evaluations happening past those curtains?
대요?
See someone you recognize?
아니요. 괜찮아요, 단테님. 다시 만나도 마땅히 할 이야기가 없거든요. 인연이 있다면 이야기할 기회가 닿을 테죠.
Oh, Captain Ishmael is still way more chattier.
시작하나 보네요.
The curtain slid open and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out to the platform.
나는 운이 따라주어 오래전 가모의 자리에 올랐지만은 장관 세월이 지나 이제는 이 자리를 내려놓고 산하를 흘러다니려 한다. 그리하여 앉았던 자리는 공석이 될진저 자격을 갖춘 자는 이를 메워야 할지니 가씨, 설씨, 왕씨, 사시가의 기둥들로 이루어진 이 대관원에 우리가 하루도 잊지 않고 추구하던 하나의 질문에 대한 답을 그대들은 전력을 다하여 찾아왔을 것이라 믿는다.
Who's the woman next to her?
아, 제 첫째 누나인 원춘 누나예요. 큐사에 아주 높으신 분과 혼례를 치른 후 쭉 큐사에서 지내시다가 발걸음을 하셨나 보네요.
She married a very important person in Q Corp.
비록 다른 둥지에 머물고 있던 몸이지만 고륙의 청을 나누고 천륜의 지성을 다할 수 있도록 잠시 자리하였으니 최선을 다해 진리를 살피겠노라. 누군가는 순조롭게, 누군가는 천만고비 끝에 이 해답을 가져왔을 터. 하지만 1차 심사의 기회는 단 한 번뿐. 그럼에도 그대들은 모두 이곳 대관원의 후계자들이었으며 탈락마저도 대관원의 부흥이 되리라.
We don't know anything about Q Corp, do we?
이제부터 호명하는 순서대로 나와 불로, 불사, 장생의 진귀한 해답을 시연하거라. 시연이 불가하다면 거짓 없는 증거를 내보여야 한다. 놓치지 말고 버리지 말라. 젊음은 영원 무궁하리라.
After their respective After their respective speeches, Jia Yuanchun and Jia Mu disappeared behind the curtains atop the platform.
첫 번째 참가자.
It seemed that Honglu's father assumed the role of the host for the first round.
왕씨 가문의 인.
Wang Ren, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging someone by a rope toward the platform.
빨리 와라, 멍청한 것.
누구를 데려가는 거죠?
Oh, they do the talisman stuff. That's true. Yeah, they're the ones that make the talismans for the swords that the Heisho use.
저 정도의 움직임이면 강제로 끌고 가는 것 같다만.
불로불사 파라. 태어날 때 주어진 몸뚱아리 이상의 단계로 진보를 꿈꾸는 건 어느 날개나 가지고 있는 수건인가 봐.
No, it wouldn't be.
홍원의 불로불사도 그런 맥락이겠지.
저자. 피주머니.
Oh, god dang it. Why are we doing this again? That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes, unfocused and red, mouth slick with drool dribbling down the mouth guard, meaningless snarling. That is a mindless blood bag.
혈귀가 불로불사의 답이 될 수 있는 것이요.
일반 사람들의 시선에서는 불로와 가깝게 느껴질 수도 있겠지만 저희는 이미 알고 있다시피 혈귀 또한 피를 섭취하지 못하면 늙고 쇠약해집니다. 짐작컨대 저들이 원하는 답과는 한참 멀 것이라고 예상되는군요.
She's right. After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged kicking and growling past the curtains atop the platform.
저것이 소문으로나 들리던 혈귀라는 것인가?
No, it's not.
저걸로 되겠나? 아는 사람이 몇 없긴 해도 심사를 맡고 계신 분들에겐 고리타분한 주제일 텐데 말이야.
왕가 녀석 퍽이나 철박했나 본데.
저거는 게으른 거 아니면 오지랖 것이야.
생각보다
Yeah, they just know.
아는 이들이 많구려.
본래 혈기는 각 둥지에 퍼져 있으니 알만한 자는 아는 것도 무리가 아닐 걸세.
After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wang Ren and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended from the platform.
가주 심사 후보 왕인 결과를 기다리기 위해 자리에 서라.
Then they ascended the round podium behind the platform as ordered.
왕인 가주 심사 1차 결과 탈락.
Oof.
안 돼. 피. 무한한 피만 있으면 이들은 영원할 거라니까요, 가모님.
아니, 영원하지 않을 거라니. 심사하는 자들의 피원, 진정한 불로불사가 무엇인지는 본인도 모르네만 피에 종속되어 영혼을 고통받는 혈기는 그 방법에 손꼽힐 수 없네.
그런. 하지만 기억은 그대로 가지고 있다고 사냥꾼 놈들이.
Damn.
모든 욕망과 감정의 방향이 피로 귀결되어 비틀어질 거다. 끝없이 불행한 삶만이 남았다면 모를까. 저렇게 놓고 싶지 않은 것으로 가득한 자들에게 혈기가 되라 말하는 것은
Actually, yeah, Dawn of course knows this.
불로불사를 주는 것이 아니라 정신의 족쇄를 채워 피의 노예가 되어라 재촉하는 것과 크게 다르지 않을 테지.
보옥의 세력원이 훌륭한 답변을 주었으니
Ha!
더 말할 것도 없겠구나.
She's just like, yes, she's right.
하물며 진짜 고위 혈귀를 데려온 것도 아닌 피주머니를 데려왔으니 성의 또한 부족하다 보이는구나.
왕가인 진작 탈락한 자에게 걸맞지 않은 이유를 친히 알리셨으니 이를 생애 마지막의 은혜로 하시게.
Yeah, I figured they were just gonna kill him. Oh, it's a hole. Okay. The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Ren and the blood bag to its depths with a blood-curdling screech. So that's what happens when you fail to pass.
이거 그냥 극적인 연출을 위한 거지? 저기 떨어져도 다시 올려보내주는
No,
거지?
I really don't think there is.
그럴 리가. 구멍 아래에서부터 지독하게 고인 고통의 냄새가 퍼지잖나.
류슈도 참 점점 살벌한 농담이 늘고 있다니까.
저 발판 아래는 어디로 이어지는 거지? 낙함으로 추측 건데 제법 깊은 곳까지 이어진 것 같다만.
I mean, yeah.
아마도 가문의 오래된 비밀들이 있는 장소일 거예요. 아, 당연히 보물 같은 건 아니랍니다. 보통 사람들이 알려고 한다면 흑수들이 찾아오는 정도려나요?
본격적으로 준비했네요.
그래. 그리고 그 본격적인 준비 우리가 당할 수도 있는 거고.
True. The next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shake off the initial shock.
두 번째 참가자 설씨 가문의
We sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers other candidates brought were less obvious, so all we had to go on were the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges.
뭐냐?
질리고 지루하다는 뜻이야.
Why are you You have a translator. You don't need to do The longer we watch the death toll rise, the less shocking they become.
아 이거 합격이란 게 있긴 있는 거야?
여덟 번째 참가자 설씨 가문의 보차.
어머, 아는 사람이다.
She was technically our competition, but it seemed that she managed to give the sinners quite the positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't see exactly what it was that Shui Baochai brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtains.
설가 보차 심사 결과
After her brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadows cast on the curtains, appeared to have gone better than we had expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, Bao Chai immediately turned in our direction, at Honglu to be exact.
보고 있었구나.
And began excitedly waving her hand.
합격.
The podium beneath her remained shut.
그래도 잠깐이나마 인연을 맺었던 얼굴이 무적행으로 떨어지는 건 보고 싶지 않았기에.
Sinclair was taking a nap. Yeah.
다행이구려.
Until after for reasons. Meh. If it's in the game and I see it, I'm not gonna count that as a spoiler. I don't want people in chat to tell me. That's all.
17번째 참가자 가시 가문의 시춘.
시춘 씨 차례인가 봐요.
She slowly ascended the platform, unaccompanied. She held in her hands a tightly sealed gourd bottle.
비로소 얻었나 보네요.
She found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then.
말도 안 돼. 그 레테를?
정말 그곳에 도달했을 가능성은 한없이 낮습니다.
예.
물론 천문학적 확률을 뚫고서 그 강까지 도달했을 확률까지 부정하진 않습니다만 저들의 역량으로 이 짧은 시간 동안 가장 깊은 곳 중 한 곳의 원료에 도달한다는 것은 파우스트로서도 상상하기 어렵군요. 모종의 방법을 통해 새어나오거나 맺혀진 일부를 채취한 것은 아닐지.
근데 그 강물은 기억을 깊게 재워서 지워줄 뿐일 터 블루불사와 관계가 있는 겐가?
Oh, this lore? We had that lore already though.
네, 아마도 저들이 원하던 정신의 불사와 밀접한 관계가 있을 테죠.
Oh, is that what the grubs are for?
그 정보를 알고 있는
Okay.
이도 극소수인 만큼 저 병에 담긴 것이 유효하다면 파우스트의
Yeah, she gives them the water. They forget that she presented it. She failed because they don't remember. Yeah.
가시 시춘 합격.
귀한 걸 얻어왔구나. 네 세가로 이걸 얻으려면 보통의 노력으로는 안 되었을 텐데.
감사합니다, 원춘 언니.
As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Jia Shichun brought before them. I have a feeling I already know what we're bringing. Pardon me? Okay, I'm gonna take a brief bathroom break. I'll be right back. I'm back. And L Corp is Lobotomy Corporation, run by Ayan, and is definitely not sentient toaster Angela. And then everybody says, someone get the spoiler bat. You know what? So true. Alright. 811 N Corp. Ba-ga. Okay. 4 enemy types. Only sin resistances. Okay. If you insist. Okay, I've used this team for a couple fights. I'm gonna go back to using Envy now. I mean, realistically, this should be Dulcinea, right? There we go. Alright. I just switched off of the team that has preferable affinities. And you know what? I really could not care less. Who cares, man? Just go.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
I mean, N Corp is the main antagonist, right?
18번째 참가자.
Do you ever run burn outside of Mirror Dungeon? Yeah. I did it for the last 2 railways. And got well under the required turn count.
대체 몇 명이나 있는 거냐, 이 집안 사람들은?
가시 가문의 환.
Juan. Yep. Jia Juan. Oh, and Guido is just... Wait a minute. Oh, they have ego equipment. That's Der Flugschutz and Spiral of Contempt that they are wearing. Our first meeting with that man was less than amicable, and I had a strong feeling that another one wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Jia Huan walked up to the platform. We all fell silent hearing a familiar name. I could feel that some sinners were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. And the other man, closely following Jia Huan, holding what looked like the egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I'd seen him many times in Yisang's memories.
단테, 저 사람들이 입고 온 거 보여요?
에고 장비다.
LCE처럼 새로운 추출법을 알아냈거나 혹은 로보토미에서 구해온 곳으로 추정되는군요.
구보가 들고 있는 것은 환상체의 알인 듯 보이는 구령.
저걸 그대로 보여줄 셈인가?
I mean, how's that an answer to anything? You can't kill them. They're looking for immortality.
해석의 여지에 달렸지만
Never realized that was Spiral Ego? Yeah, there's like only one abnormality that even looks remotely like that, to be fair. I'm on my toes. Okay.
환상체 역시
Yo,
블로불사에
thank you,
가까운
God.
존재라 해석할
I
수도
wish Spiral's
있으니까요.
ego didn't make me think that he's wearing a princess gown like Princess Daisy. Fair, I guess? I suppose. You're just bringing Abnos to test now. I mean, why wouldn't you, you know?
어떤 환상체의 알인지가 관건이겠군.
Oh, it depends on the abnormality. Okay.
하지만 제가 아는 가완형이라면 실패할 거라고 생각되는 것엔 절대 목숨을 걸지 않을 거예요.
가시환 1차 심사 합격.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Contrary to most of our wishes, Jia Huan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. Okay. One of them brought a thick book, and one of them presented a cage so tiny that we couldn't see what was within. Some of them managed to pass, while some of them went screaming into the mysterious abyss. As we waited and watched the candidates come and go, people from N Corp, their turn complete, approached us.
아직 황혼이 되기에는 이른 시각일 터인데 다시 마주하는 것이 제법 이르구려.
As if to prove his own words back at the LCE, that he's come to accept certain things as they are, Yi-sang coolly regarded his old friend who was now working for N Corp.
알량하고 앙상한 새 쉼터가 퍽 자네 마음에 든 모양이야. 그리 농하는 건 구인회가 무너진 뒤에 처음 보는 것 같으니.
어쩐 일로 내게 걸음한 것이여. 살갑게 담소를 나누기엔 쌓인 감정이 많지 않은가.
내가 보자고 한 건 아니니 오해는 마시게. 내 팀메이트가 제 가족 얼굴을 한번 보고 싶다 해서 겸사겸사 들린 것뿐이니 말이야.
Yeah, I guess both of these abnormalities are weak to gloom, huh?
가주대전이 열리니 모두들 대관원으로 돌아오는구나. 그날 이후로는 처음 보네, 형.
세상 물정엔 청맹관이처럼 어둡고 가주라면 칠색팔색을 하던 네가 여긴 왜 올라온 거냐? 저 냄새나는 것들이랑 이번엔 어딜 빌붙은 거지?
This time?
네 역겨운 속을 모르고 겉에반에 쫓아다니는 설가의 여시? 아니면 아직도 그 시절을 잊지 못하고 허공을 헛도는 말이나 내뱉는 널 싸고 도는 시춘이냐? 왜 살리지 않았지? 질문을 바꾸지. 왜 그 애만 살린 것이냐, 가보.
형, 사람은 필연코 죽기 마련이야.
곧 다음 심사가 시작됩니다. 참가자분들은 자리로 돌아가 주십시오.
Okay.
죽어있는 시종 따위가.
돌아가지. 구태여 더 이어갈 대화는 아닐 테니.
아주 만남의 광장이 따로 없군.
괜히 기분만 잡쳤네. 저 자식들 또 우리 걸 뺏어가려고 온 거 맞지?
Yeah, that's why they're here.
그런 것 치곤 태도가 묘하긴 했는데.
어느 쪽이든 저들보다 높은 순위로 대전을 마치는 게 안전할 테죠.
That's true.
또 떨어졌네요. 이걸 지켜보고 있는 사람들 중에서 저 사람의 가족들도 있을 텐데 괜찮은 걸까요?
They probably don't care that much. Sinclair mutters, watching another candidate fall down the trapdoor.
보고 있다면 마음이 정말 좋지 않을 것 같은데요.
싱클레어, 우리 뒤쪽에 있는 관계 아까 떨어진 자의 부모야. 저런 걸 자식이라고 끼고 살았다니. 한심하군.
그래도 우리 셋째는 잘 해낼 거예요. 애초에 저 녀석에겐 별로 기대도 하지 않았잖아요.
가주가 되기만을 위해 살아왔다는 건 이런 것까지 포함하는 이야기였네요.
많은 분들이 가주가 되는 걸 간절히 바란답니다. 물론 저분들처럼 자신이 가주가 되는 대신 자신과 친하거나 피로 이어진 누군가 가주가 되는 걸 바라시는 분도 있지만요.
직접 가주가 되지 않더라도 밀접한 이가 가주에 오르는 곳으로 평생의 입신양명과 부귀영화를 손에 넣겠다는 심산인가.
I mean, that does make sense, doesn't it?
그렇게 만든 건 유통기한이 짧지.
Seriously, why is her microphone so high quality? What is going on with Ryoshi?
이런 뜻하지 않은 기회로 인해 오랫동안 보지 못했던 형제자매들의 안부도 알 수 있게 되었네요.
27번째 참가자 설씨 가문의 반.
We heard about him earlier, right? Whoa!
반? 어디서 들어본 것 같은데.
I wish I could go back. I didn't mean to click that much. I thought he was gonna say something. I wanted to look at that guy. Can I at least look?
아, 보차 누나의 오라버니 되시는 분이에요.
Shui Pan walked up to the platform holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered over it.
눈빛이 뭔가 쎄하지 않아?
여기 안 그런 사람이 어디 있어요?
근데 나도 느꼈어. 약간 뭐랄까.
Instead of ascending to the platform and into the curtains, he walked up to the podium.
너 죽고 나 죽자 같은 느낌인데.
참가자 설반 항상 안으로 들어가시오.
고든 길이 아니어야 재미를 보는 법. 좋은 구경은 다 같이 하는 게 이치에 맞지 않겠나?
Okay. He places the jar on the ground, and from within, a desiccated hand emerges.
주술 따위로 장난질을 치는군.
Ryoshu muttered with palpable distaste. Why is he...
안에서 뭐가 나온 거야?
Corpses, their desiccated flesh covered in a light, sparse layer of old papers, crawled out from the jar and began to shamble. Insane guy quota reached. Let's go. There are neither distortions nor abnormalities.
피주머니나 환상체에 종속된 것들과 비슷해 보이는군. 이성이 남아있질 않는 것으로 보아 목표도 무작이겠지.
Cool.
강한 사리를 지속적으로 내보이는 것으로 보아 틀림없이 눈앞에 있는 것들을 무차별적으로 공격할 것 같습니다. 관리자님, 전투 명령을.
Alright. The jar monsters set upon the audience, stuffing the struggling, still-breathing victims into their jars. Okay.
범연이 날개에서 주최하는 가주 대전이 진행 중인데 주최 측에서 수습해줘야 하는 거 아니에요?
가주 대전에서 다른 사람들을 해하면 안 된다 같은 규칙은 없으니까요.
Alright.
규칙이 없다고 정말 아무 대응도 안 해버린다는 거야? 나 참.
어떻게 해야 해? 우리가 나서야 해?
살아남은 다음에 가주 대전에 무사히 참가를 해야겠죠?
He's just like, we should probably just live.
이게 뭐야?
As the monsters began to swarm in, some candidates scattered and ran away, while some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. Okay. I was simultaneously reminded of Saud and the confident smile she flashed at me as she reassured us that we should be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, we don't need to offer anything. We need to kill one of the sinners and bring them back using the clock. That's literally all we have to do. I don't want to go inside the jar, please. I'm not answering that question, LD.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌 거.
Well, there's 3
우리
different
중지가
kinds.
엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Nailed jar monster. Couldn't have come up with a better adjective for that. They're rupture, of course, because they have talismans on them. Oh, they gain base power for missing HP. That's terrifying. Randomly inflict 2 of the following effects next turn. Dies after dealing 10 damage. What in the world? When this unit is staggered, have the rupture potency and rupture count on the target that it hit last. On skill hit, if target has a remaining rupture count, inflict rupture count. Great! If target has remaining rupture, inflict 2 rupture. Great! If this unit kills itself, inflict 2 rupture and 1 rupture count on all enemies. Cool. Oh, this is different. When this unit is staggered, have the rupture potency and count on the target that this unit hit last. If this unit hit a target this turn, gain attack power up next turn, and if the unit kills itself, apply attack power up to everyone. What about you? Monster from the Gorged and Devoured Jar of Loneliness. What a name. Oh, it has bleed. Of course it has bleed. Oh. These guys do not... Oh my... When can we get this as an ID? Rupture user. Yeah, they don't... I mean, I guess... Yep, on hit if the target has 5 or more rupture potency and count, inflict defense level down. Against all enemies, inflict poison equal to the number of turns that pass since this unit joined the battle. If this unit kills itself, apply number of turns times 5 poison and inflict 2 rupture count on all enemies. They brought back the poison keyword just to annoy people. Also, they're weak to envy for whatever reason. That's good. Alright. Let's see, is Sinclair getting attacked? Unfortunately not. Merceau is also not. But Don Quixote is. Oh wait, this has to be absolute resonance, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, that doesn't work then. Just flash with it. They resist a lot of damage types too, by the way. Also, those Wrath skills are crazy. They roll so high.
넌 왜 갑자기 이상한 걸 달고 온 거지? 그런 건 미리미리 털어내고 다니라니까.
He's getting attacked this turn, but there's no way I'm doing full resonance with it, so. Whoever staggers loses the rupture they have. I think you glossed over that passive. No, when you stagger one of them, half of your rupture gets cleared. I think with the big one, it might have been all of it. But it's kind of the same as what they all say. I glanced over it because it was the same. Write them all down. Yeah, put the literal shambling corpses into the Book of Vengeance. That'd be funny, right? You can Mind Whip at 0 charge and still be safe? Yes, but I'd rather save it for when I can use it at its full effect, you know? Okay, that's unfortunate. Actually, this should be fine, because I think concentration will go first. Let's see. Does it have to be A-Res? Yes. Yes, it does. Okay. Then I will not bother. Don't know why it wouldn't be A-Res, to be honest with you. Good job. Now we Mind Whip. Of course. Put the little sister in the jar. The punishment for this one is hard. Okay. Just making sure you saw it. Okay, fair enough. Local Heisho Despiser? I just saw your name. Don't worry, we're not using any of them. And of course there are more, but it doesn't look like there's any more of the big guy. Oh, there are 12 enemies in this fight. Here. Oh, that's Hex now. I don't want to use Hex Oh. That's unfortunate for you. You should have thought about that before you targeted him this turn, I guess. Oh, I didn't even get to use that. Do we think this could be part of the Source of Centipede Apostle? It could be. He does have talismans on him. I would say that it's probably not likely. Oh, there we go. Perish, idiot. You do not attack Sinclair. It just doesn't happen. Yeah, don't ever do that again. Oh, there is another big one. Okay, let's Belliple because it's funny. Actually, never mind. I don't care. Let's go. We've got at least one safe Mind Whip, and it's exactly one, I think, now that I'm looking at it again. We'll do that, and then... Oh, wait, are these counter... Those are targeting the same guy. We'll just use the counter first, then. Let's see, that's 5. I need one more. Oh, what's really funny about this is that this is a max power recording. That's the first time that effect has ever been activated, but that is a full power recording. It isn't an abnormality, yeah. It could theoretically be a byproduct of one still, but it's not likely to be. I love seeing that +5 on this skill. It's so funny, because it should never happen. Oh, whoever was attacking Sinclair got obliterated, so he's fine. Honestly, I'll fucking do it again. Actually, I could still do it if I wanted to use Red Eyes. And the fight's about to be over, I might as well. What the heck? Why did Hong... Oh, because Indiscriminate doesn't force you to attack your allies. That's why. Dead. He's finally achieved his potential. It's true. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Hong Lu, though.
8구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
The Thumb! We knew about this happening, to be fair. We, what was it? What was the dude's name? She something mentioned them just before they cut off his head. The Thumb sounds fun. Also, these are the same enemy types, though. That's a little unfortunate. Oh well.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
I'm thumbing. Okay. Oh, we're starting with a fight this time. Hello? Why are there fewer of them this time?
이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
Okay. Yeah, that works. I can do this right now. This is fine. Interesting that there are just less in the second fight. Filler fight? I mean, to be fair, there were gonna be more. Need to try Envy Team someday? Don't have Sinclair. Sinclair is a Season 0 ID. You can get him whenever you want. It's not Envy. Okay. I mean, 3 is still decent, right? Yeah, you need 4 to be able to use anything. It's fine. I'll still go for it. I need to give him his effect. We're writing them all down. Hopefully the Thumb doesn't notice the bunch of middle members in the middle of the arena. I know, right?
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크군. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는
Not
나머지
being targeted,
녀석들도
not worth using.
처형한다.
Okay. Neutral. I don't like that. Oh well. Yo, hold on. Sure.
대가리 딱 떼도.
This is what the NV Res team is literally supposed to do. So I don't mind using an ego here.
제압 완료.
I don't even think he's... Oh no, he's going. Okay. He's screaming! Yippee!
이제 가진 것은 이 전기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
Me when the screaming is electric. Yo, I just noticed that the concentration went after the Mind Whip. That's awkward. Did I hit an ally with that? I don't think I did.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔
No, I just
죄가
didn't hit an ally. That's fine then.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지
boom.
녀석들도 처형한다.
So lucky that that is that. This is a one-sided defense. I think I'll just use Electric Screaming for the damage. Wait, what? Oh, it's a clashable counter, isn't it? Somewhere, I think, because otherwise, yeah, Leaping Crack Jar is a. No, it's actually just not. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's okay. Dante somehow replicates the library fight amnesia mind filter effect. That'd be funny. Excuse me, Faust. Can you not die, please? That would be great. Okay, this guy's very dead. Don't ever do that again. I love that counter so much.
그 정도 각으로 우리 식구를
You know, I'm surprised he lasted that long in that clash. Alright, here's the main damage. I say that like it's the main damage, but it's really not. It's only getting 3 of them. Kaboom. Still love that ego so much.
이런, 그새 정신을 잃었네.
Alright, it's okay that we take a little bit of damage because we literally have healing without ego, so... I think because he dies after attack, so the counter doesn't go off. That's true. No, they don't die on use. They die if they deal a certain amount of damage after use. It's nice to have Pierce AoE damage, that's true. Electric Screaming is peak, and I think people should use it more. What remained inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, and as the seats that were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the candidate zone down here was littered with bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their fill, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasures they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. In midst of all this destruction stood the cause of this chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence.
이렇게 우둔하고 나약해서야 어찌 불로를 얻고 불사를 마를 수 있겠느냐? 어떻습니까? 불로 불사의 단서에 더해 거짓을 구한 자들을 없애는 보배까지 가져왔으니 이것이 저의 답입니다.
그 항아리에 진흙을 구해왔구나.
살아남지 못한 이들은 가주의 자격을 갖추지 못했다 보는 것이 옳겠다.
I mean, I guess, yeah. If they're dead, they can't really assume the role, I suppose. He doesn't seem happy about this, but...
설가반 합격.
자칫하다가 다 죽어버릴 수 있었는데 합격이라니.
Free loot, true.
저들의 기준에는 부합되었던 것일 테죠.
겸사겸사 나약한 경쟁자들도 일찌감치 제거해버리고
저자의
혹시라도 2차전에서 만나게 되면 몇 대 후려 갈기는 걸로는 안 끝낼 거다.
28번째 참가자 사시 가문의 대저.
But no one walked up to the platform.
모습을 드러내지 않았기에 탈락.
Jia Zheng called a few more names thereafter, but
29번째, 30번째.
언뜻 보기에도 인원이 줄었군.
yeah, they're dead. They're not showing up. But none appeared.
너들 같으니
확실히 어중이 떠중이들은
Sinclair.
전부 죽은 것 같아요.
He's an ass for doing it, but he's not technically wrong. Yeah.
남은 것들도 죄 지쳐 헐떡이는 것들뿐.
Ryoshu looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. Well, she's from the ring, I suppose.
어? 저 덩치는
Oh, I see. Oh, damn. He's got like a machine gun. It's like a revolver sword, I think.
이런 개새.
That motherfucker.
이야, 어디다가 흘렸는가 했더만 이런 데서 늦자고 없이 나타났지? 야, 눈 마주쳤잖아. 인사하러 오자.
Dude, you're not. The cigarette's not even in your mouth, man. If evil, why hot? Exactly. Ryoshu, that guy's talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, I realized that she was anxious and furious.
알던 분이세요?
Oh no.
뭔?
Dude's an absolute unit.
키가 2m는 되겠는데?
He does look like an absolute unit, to be fair.
저자를 바라보지 마세요, 단테. 그리고 여러분들도 아무 말씀도 하지 마시기를 권고합니다.
그러지. 나한테 말 걸라면 너희들이 급이 되는지는 한번 생각해보고 씹으려야 할 것 아니냐?
Yeah.
저 새끼 손가락이다. 내횡.
엄지는 손가락 중 상명하복의 제일 엄격한 조직입니다.
He looks like a fridge. It's true. He's no Alan Richson, but damn.
그리고 저자는 엄지의 카포 중에서도 제일 높은 언더보스 직전의 직급. 자그마한 실수가 큰 싸움으로 번질 수 있으니 전부 조용히 해주실 것을 명령해 주세요, 단테.
I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down, right? He doesn't look Italian. I don't think that matters. Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as Faust asks, everyone. Lei Heng began stomping his way through the crowd toward us, casually but forcefully shoving anyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed that his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowd as though he was familiar with this kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd.
에바, 너 지금 어느
Oh, he's
안전이라고
dead.
남궁현아 도련님의 자리까지 와서 시야를 막는 거냐? 이 자리는 장차 4대 가문이 될 우리 남궁.
Instead of a reply, we heard a blast of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Lei Heng forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then, with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth.
남궁현아 도련님, 아그들 입단속 못했으니까 오른팔 하나는 내놔야지.
The Thumbs Capo 4? The young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand, though it was clear that he was utterly terrified. Lei Heng proceeded to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig.
반가운 낯짝 봐서 기준 좀 널널하게 잡아준 것인께 허튼 짓 말고 조심해라. 거미적은 그립겄어. 거긴 그리울가 있겠어. 나도 갈 때마다 기분이 거시기하더만.
The spider's house? What is that? We're just having lore dropped on us at this point.
나중에 얼굴 좀 보자. 그때처럼 한 번 더 칼 쥐는 법 좀 제대로 가르쳐 줄란께. 아야, 그래도 그 중엔 내가 제일 만나게 쓰는 법을 가르쳐 줬잖아.
Okay.
류슈 씨, 아직 때가 아닙니다.
Faust whispered to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head.
닥쳐봐.
입사 전의 약속을 아직 기억하시리라. 파우스트는 믿습니다.
You know, where they live. I guess she has spider bud, yeah, that's true.
어깨에 힘 좀 빼라. 네 데리러 온 것도 아니고 그때처럼 뭘 가르쳐 주려고 온 것도 아닌께. 그 새끼 아직 그 집에 있잖아. 아니야?
Ryoshu was grabbing the hilt of her sword like she was about to unsheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey.
아닌가? 이제 없던가? 글쎄 뭔 일이 있었디야? 나가 그 사정은 잘 몰라서 말이지. 뭐 그래도 뭔 일이 있긴 했는갑네.
Yeah, they did say he's below Kalo's rank. He's below a Soto Capo. I think the 4 is signifying which capo he serves under, not that he is one. What? Intarnation? Yeah. Oh, what was I about to say? I was gonna bring up, for Ryoshu's introduction thing that they showed, hers is the only one that had like a warning on it that said, due to the nature of this sinner's past, when we arrive at their destination, it may be difficult for even us to be able to handle it, or something like that.
야, 겁나 재미지다. 근데 니 진짜 그 검 빼려고?
류슈 씨.
In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshu's name. Ryoshu... Oh. What the hell?
아따 웃자스까이. 언더보 쓰시면 안 받을라 그래도 안 받을 수가 없겠네. 다음에 네가 애비들 얘기나 거시기 해보자고. 요시대.
Yoshihide. Yeah. The strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly and boisterously answers the call. He's gotta be here for the family Hierarch war, right?
누가 가주가 되느냐에 따라 당분간의 H사 방향이 결정되니 다양한 자들의 이권이 보이지 않는 곳에서부터 눈앞까지 펼쳐질 테죠.
그래도 히스클리프 씨, 이번에는 잘 참아줬네요. 중지 때처럼 사고 치면 어쩔까 걱정했는데.
For those who don't get it, Ryoshu's name is Yoshihide. It's not exactly subtle, but I know it might go past some people sometimes.
엄지는 나도 조직 생활 때 몇 번 얽혀봐서 알아. 그리고 중지 거는 나도 진짜 몰랐던 거고. 그리고 저 자식.
She has a fake name. Is there someone else with a fake name I should know about? Oh, it is. Her name is literally nobody. It's like
우리가 마주쳤던 리카르도보다도 강하고 위협적인 강자로 판단된다.
Okay, that guy's just stronger than Ricardo. Got it.
엄지는 엄지대로 어마무시하구려. 중지와는 다른 흉악한 폭력성.
As we were all sharing our impressions of Lei Heng, I found Ryoshu frozen in place, in the same position she had been in when Lei Heng walked past her, spacing out.
소지까지인가?
Huh? Ryoshu muttered something to herself. Muttered is spelled wrong, as even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates.
32번째 참가자.
Jiaqiu.
가치우.
Jia Zhang called up the next candidate. And at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that had swallowed the hall immediately settled into a hushed silence. Excuse the fuck out of you? Why are they here? I remember neither of their names. But I know who they are. Jiaqiu walked up to the platform. Unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to Jiaqiu?
저는 초면이네요.
Yeah, neither have I.
아, 그렇다면 저분이 가치우 형님이 찾은 블로불사의 답인가 보네요.
대체 어떤 사람들이길래?
전투적으로 그렇게 뛰어난 자들 같지는 않아 보이건.
Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. That's true about Hanafuda. But Alan was a little strong, to be honest. Oh yeah, the Night Owl's in the same room as someone from the Thumb is very funny. No. Lei Heng wasn't a capo. They said he was below the rank of Soto capo. Yeah, no, Alan wasn't Star of the City. The library was the Star of the City when they fought him. People misinterpret that a lot. The rank of Star of the City in Library of Ruina is the rank that the library is when they encounter that enemy. It's not the rank of the enemy.
오히려 불안한 듯이 연신 두리번거리시네요.
저 자는 도서관의 생존자라고 파우스트는 생각합니다.
Yeah. Survivors?
피할 수 없었던 어떤 불가항력에서 유일하게 살아남아 그것을 설명할 수 있게 된 자일 수도요.
1차 심사 참가자.
Jiaqiu didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanged from when he entered it.
증언을 들어보니 확실하구나. 도시의 별을 넘어 결국 사라져버린 그곳에서 살아나온 이가 맞다.
당시 초대장을 구하지 못한 것이 이제 와서 아쉬운 일로 남게 되었군요.
What? No, it wasn't. Gacho's expression did not budge.
긴장이라는 걸 하긴 했을까?
Understandably so. I mean, he's the guy, right?
그럼 남은
Pardon me?
참가자는 더 이상 없나?
Oh, right.
이 자리에 와주신 4대 가문 모두에게
잠깐만요.
Unlike Jiacho, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Hong Lu's sudden interjection roused the room into a roaring chaos of confusion once again.
오? 아직 마지막 참가자가 남은 것 같아서요.
그게 무슨 말이냐? 심사에 나서는 자들의 내역은 이것으로.
제가 남았거든요. 가시 가문의 보옥이 가주 심사에 참가합니다.
Yeah.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 고생했다고.
Yep.
작은 형님께서
He's still at the top. That's not going to change, by the way, chat. He's always going to be up there.
운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
I can't even read this because of the fire. Declaration of participation. Yep, that's what he did. Normal Hong Lu social interaction.
저거 가보옥 아니야?
저게 왜 이런 자리에? 아니, 그보다 뭘 참가한다고?
예상은 하고 있었지만 엄청나게 시선을 끌고 있네요.
At least we're not fighting anyone.
자,
No,
우러러보시게.
God.
마지막 용사들이 이곳에 당도하였으니.
이상 씨, 왜 다른 일은 있어? 이렇게 된 거 그냥 손이라도 흔들어.
Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well.
대부분이 당혹감 속에 턱을 일정 이상 벌리고 있거나 분노와 심려가 가득한 얼굴로 소리를 지르고 있다.
As Merceau observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audiences. The candidates were starting to get agitated too.
저런 놈이지. 겉으로는 실실 웃다가 쥐도 새도 모르게 주변을 멸해버리는 그 더러운 성정.
어떻게 된 거야? 보옥이는 가주대전 참가 안 하는 거 아니었어?
결국 저 멍청이다.
That dumbass.
분.
Huh?
너 뭐 하는 거지?
아까 가만에서 소드 씨가 그 말하면 내 목숨을 걸고 칼을 붙들고 있으라 했어요.
Alright.
아이씨, 그냥
히스클리프 씨도요. 그냥 싹 다 패버리자 같은 말을 하면.
이런 광경은 오랜만이네요.
정숙하시오. 네 몸에 생책이라도 나면 어쩌려는 겠냐? 지금이라도 물어거라. 어서.
가볼게요, 아버지.
33번째 참가자 가시 가문의 옥. 앞으로.
단테님, 준비되셨죠?
I don't know.
그리고 로슈 씨도요.
Oh, I see.
뭐든지 썰고 싶다. 기분이 굉장히 더럽거든.
파우스트 씨 진짜 괜찮겠죠?
So, Hong Lu is going to have Ryoshu kill him, and then Dante brings him back to life.
괜찮은 것이 아니라 하더라도 해야 하는 것은 해야 하는 것입니다.
Faust spoke sternly.
나는 여전히 이 계획이 그리 마음에 들지 않소.
사실 누구도 이 계획을 두 팔 벌려 환영하는 사람은 없어요. 아니, 대부분은.
Yeah, there's one person that's happy too. Honglu, Ryoshu, and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it'd be.
선을 넘어서 들어오거라.
Once we walked past the curtains as instructed, we saw Jia Yuanchun, Jia Mu, and Jia Zheng waiting for us inside.
출가의 생에서 어떠한 심정의 변화가 있었는진 모르겠으나 네가 가주에 도전하는 진귀한 광경을 보게 될 줄이야.
오랜만이에요, 누님. 큐사에서의 생활은 무사 평안하셨나요?
많은 것을 보고 배웠지. 네가 그랬을 것처럼 보가.
이곳에 발걸음을 한 연유가 이것이었느냐?
죄송해요, 할머님. 세간에 밝히지 않는 편이 좋을 것 같았어요.
그렇느냐? 의사를 밝힌 이상 물러날 곳은 없겠지. 그래, 네가 가지고 온 답은 무엇이더냐?
정말 많은 분들이 이 자리에 서서 각자가 찾은 것에 대해 알려주려 했을 거라고 생각해요. 그러니 번잡스럽게 첫마디의 말보다는 눈앞에서 보여드리는 편이 여러모로 좋으실 테죠.
Honglu gave Ryoshu a nod.
네, 괜찮아요.
저희가 그들에게 보여줄 수 있는 답은 단테 씨의 힘으로 언제든 살아날 수 있는 생, 그 자체입니다. 그리고 그걸 제일 극적으로 보여주기 위해서는
아하. No, that's not true, Warmwater. Cloning is allowed, but no more than one of the same person can exist for longer than 2 weeks. Is the exact wording. So the clone can be the one that survives. There can just only be one of that person.
그래. 이건 인정해.
Indeed, you have certainly demonstrated something. That's...
지금까지 나온 참가자 중에서 제일 지루하지 않았다, 보가.
아, 그렇다면 제가 눈앞에서 목숨을 잃는 편이 제일 효과적이겠네요? 그것도 아주 확실하게요.
그렇습니다.
저희 중 한 명이 홍루 씨를 목숨을 잃게끔 만들어야 한다는 건가요?
야, 허감이 뭐 그리 거창해. 우리 처음 만났을 때 기억 안 나냐?
Yeah, that's a fair point, Heathcliff.
그렇다면 히스클리프 군은 홍루 군을 아무렇지 않게 살해할 수 있다는 것인가?
살해? 야, 또 뭐 말을 그렇게?
더 이상 악인들이 아닌 동료들을 해치는 건 싫네.
다행이라 해야 할지 모르겠지만 저희 중에서 고통 없고 신속하면서 동시에 아무런 가책이 없이 이 작전을 도와주실 분이 계시는 듯하군요.
And everyone immediately turned to look at...
그래서 어떤 모양으로 패면 되지? 뇌횡, 그 새끼 어디부터 먹었지?
What? It seemed that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshu from her own thoughts. Jiamu watched us in silence, motionless in her seat.
뇌까지 절단했군.
Yes.
이 아이는 이제 생명보험으로도 되살아나지 못할 것이다.
오가.
Yeah, he's... Yeah.
자, 이제 어떻게 나올 테냐? 무얼 하더라도 본래의 옥으로 돌아오진 못할 터. 가문의 보석을 망가뜨린 죄값은
시계 돌려.
And so it turned, in one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned in. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split all begin to reconnect like a rewinding videotape. Huh? Wait, why doesn't this hurt at all? Ryoshu's skill with the sword was no joke. I didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying.
우리 보기가 못 본 사이에 담대해진 게 분명하구나.
Ah, she's gonna be pissed at that, I see.
짐승 냄새.
Oh, the Heisho are pissed. I see. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains surrounding us before I even realized what was happening.
소, 닭, 용,
Oh.
원숭이. 흑수군.
That's a pretty nasty combination of the four that could have shown up, huh?
불도 불사의 해답을 찾아오라 하였지. 금기를 무시하고 난장을 피우라 한 것은 아니었는데 이전에 H사를 이끌던 그 가문이 멸문한 지 그리 오래되지도 않았다. 조율자와 발톱이 다시 이 홍원에서 가문을 도륙내게 하는 것은 용납될 수 없는.
Jia Yuanshun appeared ready to command the Heisho to kill us all, but Jia Mu silenced her with a wave of her hand.
기다리거라.
가문님, 부활이 끝나면 틀림없이 머리가. 그러니 그 전에 끝내야.
일각만 기다리거라. 판단이 섣부르면 반드시 놓치는 것이 있기 마련.
Is the bull perchance brazen? I doubt it.
나는 우리의 보물과 불로 불사의 탄서 두 가지 모두 놓치고 싶지 않구나.
And Honglu was whole again. What is this, Dead Space? So
감사해요, 루시님. 정말 아무런 아픔도 느껴지지 않았어요. 그리고 할머니, 그리고 원춘 누님 보셨죠? 이게 제가 찾은 불로불사의 방법이랍니다.
오지 않는 건가?
I mean, they're looking for immortality, so it would bear to reason that revival was something they would try, right? They might even be the reason that the head made it a taboo. Oh, we'll have to see.
부시불보 시후미도.
What? Jamu's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtains.
가주심사 1차 참가자 가복 합격이란다.
가시복 합격.
Yeah, old H Corp was Garian. That was Bina, specifically.
무슨 술수를 쓴 거지?
분명 홍원을 떠나 한량 같은 여행이나 다닌다 들었는데 그 사이 무슨 묘수를 가져온 거야?
1차 심사 종료. 합격자들은 곧바로 내일 열릴 2차 심사를 준비하라. 2차 심사와의 간극 간 후보자끼리 서로 위해를 가하는 것은 금지되어 있다.
Okay.
이것은 유일한 규칙으로 위반한 후보자는 즉시 탈락된다는 점 양지하길 바란다. 이상.
As soon as Jia Sheng announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seats began rushing toward the first floor. Getting mixed up with that crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here.
네, 저희는 곧바로 홍로 씨의 방으로 이동하도록 하죠.
And we decided to split out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, stood Jiacho in our path.
아, 치우 형님이시군요. 1차 대전에 합격한 걸 축하드려요.
도련님도 합격하셨다죠? 축하드려요. 평생토록 가주 자리에는 일말의 관심조차 보이지 않으셨던 도련님이 어쩐 일로 이렇게 주목을 한 몸에 받으며 가주대전에 나오셨을지.
뭐 갑자기 욕심이 날 수도 있는 거 아니겠어?
욕심을 낸 건 도련님이 아니라 그대들의 회사가 아닐런지.
Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well.
테두리 안에 있자 하였건을 벌써 가생이에서 난장을 피우다니. 가시춘의 뜻에 휘둘리는 걸로 상황이 끝날 것이라 여겼는데. 죽은 도련님을 너무 과대평가한 게 아니신지요?
아직도 너는 아무것도 하지 않으면 아무 일도 일어나지 않을 거라 믿는 것이냐?
전에 인사도 제대로 못 드렸네요, 치우 형님. 가시 가문의 보옥, 정식으로 인사드립니다. 성인이 된 이후론 정식으로 얼굴을 맞대고 인사드리는 게 처음이네요. 그나저나 이화 형님과 경도 씨의 머리는 원래대로 잘 붙여주었나요?
Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed suit.
홍원의 형제자매끼리는 항상 저런 식으로 인사를 주고받는 게 일상인가 보죠?
보차 씨가 유별나게 상냥한 타입이었나 봐.
탓할 이유가 없는 물음을 던지는가? 일말의 준비도 없이 제 차례가 왔다며 맨몸으로 불길에 뛰어들었나? 여전히 같은 생각이라면 지금까지 그랬던 것처럼 눈에 띄지 않고 조용히 있는 것이 옳았을 텐데.
네, 걱정해 주셔서 감사해요.
관조를 흉내내는 말버릇은 도통 고치질 못하나 보구나.
제가 그랬나요?
Noticing Jiacho's hand tighten around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in.
아, 1차 심사 통과한 후보자끼리 죽이면 안 된다던 규칙, 저만 기억하는 건 아니죠? 계속 위협적으로 나오신다면 저희도 다음 수단을 쓸 수밖에 없다는 점을 알아주시면 좋겠는데요. 오티스 씨, 준비는 끝내둔 거죠?
지원군들은 지금 건물 앞까지 도착한 상태다.
우리한테
그래서 섣불리 행동하는 것은 2차 선발을 두고 쓸데없는 무력전이 벌어질 수도 있다는 거지.
허장성세로구나. 애당초 무력은 처음부터 내세울 도리가 아니라 생각한다마는.
여기서 너희와 겨룰 생각은 없다. 가보, 제 그릇에 맞지 않은 것을 담으려 하면 큰 화를 피하지 못할 것이다.
그러나 부딪혀 깨어주고 싶다면 그 또한 술리며 섭리일 테죠.
And with that, they turned around and left us. It seemed that they were only here to give us a warning.
조마조마했어요. 가치우 씨랑 그 흑수들이랑 맞붙게 되면.
눈치챈 것 같긴 하지만 합은 좋았네요, 오티스 씨.
무례하게 짝이 없는 놈들이었다.
뭐?
말하는 내내 우리는 쳐다도 보지 않더군.
Shui Baochai peeked out from the pillar before walking up to Honglu.
1차 심사 합격한 거 축하해, 보호가. 정말 어떻게 된 일이야? 네가 가주대전에 나올 줄은 꿈에도 몰랐는데.
보차 누나도 1차 심사에서 합격한 걸 축하해.
나한테 숨겼을 정도면 모두에게 알려지지 않길 바랐던 거지?
맞아. 아마 나 때문에 다들 시끌벅적해졌을 것 같네.
괜히 미안해지는구만. 본의 아니게 속인 셈이 되어버렸어.
뭐 어때요? 뻔뻔해지자고요.
이렇게 된 거 네가 가주대전에 나가게 된 걸 다행으로 여기려고. 왜냐하면 내가 가주대전에 나간 사이에 네가 또다시 대관원을 떠날지도 모른다고 생각했거든. 그렇게 되면 너무 섭섭하잖아. 그러니 가주대전에서라도 계속 볼 수 있게 되어서 다행이야.
What? Am I?
마주치게 되면 누구보다 반갑게 인사해주기야.
Shui Bachai left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so. Oh, that's a great cutscene image to have. Wonderful. Excuse me? Oh, we came from that direction. Okay. Not a lot of fights in this so far. Which is fine. Someone probably snitched to the head, hoping for being spared or bounty reward like our Had. Probably, yeah.
좋은 밤이야, 스핀.
It sounded like he said spin. Chiren bowed wordlessly in that same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him.
보옥도련님께 서신 하나가 도착했습니다. 너무도 확연하게 봉투에 인장이 뜯겨 있다고 생각하지 않나요? 전달하는 것까지가 저의 일일 뿐 온전한 형태로 지켜야 한다는 건 제 소임이 아닙니다.
Okay, fair enough.
홍로 씨, 이분 당신의 시종 맞나요?
괜찮아요. 틀린 말은 아닌걸요?
스빈, 일로 와봐. 가령이랑 비석치기를 하기로 했었는데 왜 계속 보이지 않아? 아, 그게 말이죠. 그러니까요, 도련님. 지난번에 숫자를 어디까지 외우셨죠? 그때 나랑 스빈이랑 열이라는 숫자까지 배웠지. 그러면 100밤까지만 자고 나면 돌아오실 거예요. 100이라는 건 10밤 보내는 걸 10번 반복하면 되는 거랍니다.
Oh, that's the kid that ate the poison and died. Okay.
와, 그렇구나. 스빈은 엄청 똑똑하네. 자라나면 다 자연스럽게 배우는 것이니까요. 스빈, 10밤을 10번 넘게 보냈는데 가령은 여전히 코빼기도 보이지가 않아. 제가 가령 도련님이 돌아온다고 했었던가요? 100밤까지만 자고 나면 다시 돌아온다고 했어. 100밤 가지고서는 택도 없어요, 도련님. 1000밤은 지나야 할 거려. 급고를 당했는데. 그렇고 스비는 역시 언제나 똑똑하네. 가령 도련님은 수년이 지났지만 여전히 몸이 썩어 들어가고 있대요, 도련님. 지금은 몸의 절반이 넘는 부위를 쓸 수 없대요. 저번에 내가 시킨 대로 환약을 주었는데도 그러니? 도련님이 주신 환약은 아무짝에도 쓸모가 없었대요. 뇌까지 같이 썩은 거라 원래대로 회복될 일은 거의 없다고 다른 식솔들이 말하는 걸 들었거든요. 몸이 전혀 제 기능을 하지 못하는 거예요. 죽는 게 나을 정도죠. 그러니까 이제 헛된 기대는 하지 마세요. 스비는 언제나 똑똑하네.
관리자님, 그럼 편지를
Okay.
읽겠습니다.
Right, yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand.
소드 과장이로군.
여러분, 1차 대전을 합격했다는 소식은 들었어요.
She forgore.
사실은 그 전부터 미리 쓴 편지랍니다. 합격하지 못했으면 이 편지를 받지도 못했을 테니까요.
뭐야?
축하 인사는 접어두죠.
응?
본 게임은 2차 대전부터니까요. 다른 후보들은 이미 2차 대전에 대한 정보를 암암리에 공유하며 작전을 구상하고 있을 게 분명한데 당신들은 어디에도 끼지 못한 채 고립되어 있다가 숙소로 돌아와 제 편지를 읽고 있겠죠.
Okay.
이 인간 어디서 지켜보고 있는 거 아니야?
그래도 안심하세요. 2차전은 여러분에 한해 작전이랄 게 필요 없는 난전이자 연전이니까 항상 하던 대로 싸움만 하면 된답니다.
에?
당신들이 가장 자신 있는 특기 분야죠?
아니,
더 자세하게 말하고 싶어도 이 편지는 분명 다른 후보가 속한 세가나 일파가 먼저 뜯어보았을 거예요.
Oh, that's why it's open. Okay.
여러분은 지금까지의 감과 패기로 원하는 걸 얻어내야 하는 겁니다. 다시 한번 말하지만 저희의 목표는 하나니까요.
2등을 하여 황금가지를 얻는다라는 맥락인 것 같다.
그럼 물러가도록 하죠. 마지막으로 편지를 허락 없이 읽은 자들에게는 대대손손 저주가 내릴 것이고 가는 곳마다 불운이 생기며 하는 일마다 망하여
The bottom part of the letter has been torn off, huh?
무시무시한 끝맺음이네요.
뭐 2차 심사에 대해 더 아는 사람 없나? 마음만 심란해졌는데.
자세한 규칙은 현장에서
Battle
직접 들어보는
Royale.
편이
I'm waiting for Ryoshi
제일
to say
정확할
it.
듯하군요.
She's the one that said it before.
듣는 귀와 보는 눈은 어디에든 숨어 있을 듯하니
관리자님, 문 앞에서 인기척이 느껴집니다.
말이 끝나자마자 기습이냐?
Curse of Ra.
그건 아닐 거예요.
젠장, 다들 무기를 들고 전투 태세를.
Despite our rush, the person by the door was none other than Jia Shichun. She wore an expression that we had grown quite familiar with by now, an interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment.
혹시나 싶었는데 역시나네.
Greg been creaking since 7.5-1, honestly.
이렇게 덥석 문 열어주는 꼴을 보아하니.
근데 저희 서로 말 안 하기로 했던 거 아니었...
우리가 좀 조심성이 없긴 했지.
하지만 저희를 죽이러 올 암살자분들 중에서 노크를 할까 말까 망설이고 있을 만큼 친절한 분은 없을 것 같았거든요.
That's fair enough.
아까 가주대전에서 가모랑 원춘 언니 앞에서 일부러 죽는 모습을 내보였지. 그리고 다시 살아났던 거고. 그렇게까지 하는 이유가 뭐야? 오빠는 왜 갑자기 가주가 되려는 거야 대체? 봐봐, 지금도 누구보다 가주 따위엔 관심 없는 듯한 얼굴을 하고 있으면서 정말 저들이 시켰다는 게 다인 거야?
Yes, literally, that is why.
시춘, 만약에 진짜 만약에 우리의 목표가 1등이 아닐 수도 있지 않을까? 그걸 누가 믿어? 그렇지, 나라도 안 믿겠다. 아무튼 포섭이나 협상을 하러 온 건 아니야. 그건 이제 오빠랑 죽어도 2번 다시는 안 해. 곧 밤이 찾아올 거니까. 달빛도 제대로 들지 않을 만큼 어두웠잖아, 오빠 방은.
곧 초대받지 않은 객들이 급습할 거다.
That sounds right, yeah.
이 상황에서 제일 눈엣 가시가 된 오빠를 가만 내버려 둘 리가 없지.
But didn't they warn us earlier that round 2 candidates are prohibited from hurting each other?
서로를 직접적으로 죽이는 것만 피하라는 뜻이었나?
Yeah, that's what I figured. The candidate is not allowed to hurt the other candidate, but that doesn't stop them from ordering someone else to do it.
맞아. 우회적인 경로를 통해서는 어떤 식으로든 상관없다는 거지. 그러니 오빠의 시종들도 믿지 마.
직접 여기로 와줘서 고마워, 시춘.
내일은 정말로 적으로 만나는 거야. 이제 와서 바뀌는 것도 없을 테지만 내일이면.
Yeah, Shichun stumbled over her words, trailed off, then turned around and left as though she swallowed what she wanted to say.
사실 아가씨께서 여기로 발걸음한다고 하셨을 때 3번을 말렸습니다. 저의 위치에서 3번이나 말린 것은 가당치 않은 일이긴 합니다만 그만큼 아가씨께서는 쉽지 않은 선택을 하셨다는 걸 알아주십시오.
실례인 질문일 수도 있지만 그쪽 상황은 좀 괜찮으신가요?
최선을 다해낼 생각입니다. 부디 마주칠 일이 없길 진심으로 바라겠습니다.
동감이요. 저들과는 서로 해를 가할 일은 없게 되길 바라고 싶구려.
뭐 그게 생각만큼 마음대로 되겠냐?
But Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. Yeah, we'll probably get a bunch of Hey Show stuff later on. Oh, well. Intruders. Maybe we'll get some right now. Level 52. Okay. We're past the difficulty of the last chapter, finally. They're weak to slash, apparently. I don't care. I will bash them over the head with the metal rod and they will still die.
여기는 순록. 선멸 지역 진입했어.
Sorry. This is a long one, huh?
이뤄지게 마련. 불이 차면 넘쳐나기 마련. 모든 불은 꺼져야 하기에 밤은 고요하다.
때가 되었네요.
오감을 곤두세워라. 어이, 이 건물에 침입자가 올 수 있는 경로는 어떤 것이 있지?
일단 상대 쪽에서 암습을 하겠다고 마음을 먹으면
Yeah, fair
어디든
enough.
가능한 모양이더라고요. 한 번은 침대 밑에서부터 나오신 적도 있었으니까요.
그건 진짜 무섭겠네요.
To be fair, Slash has been like one of the weaker physical damage types for a long time, so having it be good in this Canto is probably a good idea. Ryoshu, who was leisurely puffing her cigarette as the sinners were looking around in full alert, suddenly pointed up.
위, 천장에 무언가 내려앉는 인기척이 느껴졌다.
아, 천장에 내려앉은 거면 이미 이 방 밖에도 몇 명 더 포진되어 있겠네요.
Honglu spoke casually as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something.
이야, 감이 좋은데.
The sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but these are the she branch. These are the snakes, I would guess. Maybe not. I think I might be wrong. The assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from a gourd in his hand.
이 냄새. 설마 저 자식 이 와중에 술 처먹고 있는 거냐?
밤중에 일하러 나온 것도 서러운데 술까지 못 마시면 무슨 낙으로 일하겠나. 목표는 가복 도련님 하나다. 빨리 죽이고 돌아가지.
With that, the enemies began flooding into the room. So, what are these guys then?
장부에 적힌 놈들은
Furtive
볼 때마다
Po
기가
Dao
막혀.
assailant.
우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 감기처럼 이해할 수 없는
They're
걸
bleed.
요구하는 것도
Every
아니고
enemy is
말이지.
bleed, man. This is a 5 to 17. That can gain 2 coin power. Okay. Hit during the combat phase, gain damage for the turn. When hit during the combat phase on Clash Wind, gain damage. And prioritizes Hoglu. Awesome. 70% or more HP at turn end if this unit failed to hit Honglu with a skill, gain 1 attack power down. At less than 70% HP, inflict more bleed next turn. Okay. Yeah, the first one of them is using the most powerful skill they have. That's really annoying. I guess this gain sanity on yes.
작은 형님께서
Yeah, just
부르셨나?
use that then.
집속불.
It's okay, we'll win. See, told you. It's not unbreakable rupture infliction. I mean, that's whatever. Also, they have very high stagger thresholds, which is good.
휘말리기 싫으면 비켜!
Also, more new music, by the way. They're just named after the weapon. Okay, fair enough. Ow! That counter hurts. It's because I'm weak to slash. On the middle. Okay, now we're down to dealing, like, no damage to us. Yeah, sure. He should have thought twice before looking at me that way. I think.
집속불. 뇌파 충전.
Buffoon. Absolute rube. Get out of here. These guys hit hard? I believe you. They don't seem particularly dangerous, though, in all honesty.
특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지.
Neutral, huh? Four is good enough.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Like how Sinclair's counter is less strict. I mean, it's only less strict if you intend to use the weaker version of the upgrade, I suppose. It's technically the same amount of strictness if you want to use skill 3 as a counter.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
D-Shredder has a 25 sanity cost. It's a little risky to use. Is she clashing? Yes, at the very least she is clashing. Okay. That's just not a good idea. I thought about it as I selected it. I was like, I have 2 charge count. I should probably not do that. I would say they probably deal about the same amount of damage.
눈을 떼지 마라. 한순간이라도 놓친다면 영원히 방황할 테니.
Jeez. I forgot how fast that actually goes. It's funny.
이제 가진 것은 이 전기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
얼얼하지?
Honglu! I literally need to keep you alive. Stop doing that. Okay. Do I actually need him to survive? Do I lose if he dies here? Probably not, right?
꽤 재밌는 상대를 만났어. 고작 이 정도로 쓰러지는 녀석은 없겠지. 중지를 공격한다는 게 어떤 뜻인지 보여줘야 하지 않겠냐?
Don't like that last guy isn't being targeted, but I guess it's fine. Here's the heal anyway. Do you have a team for each strategy? If so, I'd like to see your poise team. I mean, my poise team is kind of just poise guys. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not very interesting to look at. I don't have a team for every strategy. I have the teams for strategies that I need to have for the sake of making content, usually. God, there's a lot of them, though.
죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
At this point, the fight's already won. So, see, concentration is a broken skill, by the way.
한결 낫네요.
Yeah, they just prioritize him. They don't understand the mechanics of gunpei, so they don't care.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
It is just in my poise video, yeah. That's also true. You can just watch that if you want to see it, basically.
계획보다 더 일찍
How did
의도를
you...
완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의
I guess they all
뛰어난
did kind of
능력
similar amounts of damage.
덕분에 여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Night Amb... Okay, we're still going. This one's just to fight. There's three types of enemies. Were there two in the last one? Am I? There were. I didn't even notice the second kind.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌.
Large Podao
우리
assailants.
중지가
What do you mean 6 plus 3 with 4 coins? Also, the Unbreakable coin is the second one, which is interesting. At least none of them are using it to start off. Oh, this is not looking like a good start. You're not even clashing. I'll just get a little bit of resonance then. Oh. See, if nobody got me, I know Merceau got me. That's all I gotta tell you guys. That skill sucks? It looks like it sucks, yeah. I love that their descriptive word is large, but it's just really funny. Of course, Ryoshu, of all people, was the one to lose the clash.
원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
It's kind of problematic, but there's nothing I can do about it. Perfect. Actually perfect lineup of skills.
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드렸나?
Don't ever do that again. It's gonna happen again too, you ready? Why would you ever think that that's a good idea after seeing what happened to your buddy? Come on, man. It's not even that their weapons are large. They are large. Yeah, I know.
충전 기능 점검.
I think this team would probably be better with Pequod Heathcliff instead of or any Heathcliff rather instead of Honglu. I'm thinking because then you could get binds, and that's pretty important. Which charge do I have? 3? Yeah, that's not good enough. All right. Let's have some fun with it then. We're freestyling, Chad. We're getting that envy resonance. Okay? That's all that matters. Oh, look at that. You fool. You absolute buffoon. Perish. He didn't even die. They resist blunt, I think. Or something like that. Hong Lu always staggers one of them, though. These guys have crazy skills. Yeah.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
Okay.
웃기는 자식.
Sinclair decided not
끝나고
to
나서 고래구이
participate
파티를
that day, I
열어주겠다고
guess.
하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Oh no. That's maybe a bit much. What I'm about to do. It's not clashing. I'm getting highest resonance no matter what. There we go. It really does feel like it wants you to use ego in these fights. He has 3 in his rotation, yeah. His counter is not envy. That's still one of the coolest ego in the entire game, by the way. I love Dimension Shredder on Otis. We need an Otis that has an envy defense skill so that I can actually use it in this team. Also, yeah, Hong Lu has an... No, Heathcliff has an envy base ego. That's unfortunate. Who does that bring in again? It's somebody. Rhodia, okay. Go up there.
공간을 뭉갠다. 제압 완료. 승객 보건.
Goodbye, Hong Lu. That's fine. Yeah, Faust Thoric Alga is really good. I don't. People don't like it because it's not fluid sac. That's the only reason I can think of. Is Raider Hong Lu's indiscriminate just bugged because of Ishmael? You could fire a Mind Whip off at any moment while he's an ally. Okay, so the way that Hong Lu's works, it becomes indiscriminate. The thing about indiscriminate attacks is that each attack weight targets one slot. Hong Lu's, because it becomes an unfocused volley, not only does targeting an ally not guarantee that they'll get hit, but it also makes it so that you're not even guaranteed to target an ally. So most of the time it just doesn't hit you, is the thing. I don't need to do anything here. He's dead on the first skill. And you need to be in between 5 and 9 to get the indiscriminate too. That's true. I've dropped 11,000 frames this stream, by the way, chat.
내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두르는 거지.
Yeah, it's Solemn Lament Gregor targeting, but it can target an ally. Hold on, I'm gonna give it a minute because OBS is not doing great. It is just more of the same. I'm sorry I ate them all. Why'd you do that? I need those. Okay, it's good now. Oh, there's an enemy that... This is a focus fight. Okay. Great. Oh, Heathcliff is in the back. I should, like... I don't like using all my tickets right now, but it's fine. I'll get a bunch more by the end. Oh, Hong Lu is fixed, by the way. You have to bring him. I'm not a shrimp. Oh.
아, 뭐야? 아직도 안 끝났어?
이전 사이와라는 놈도 그렇고 이자들 생각보다 우리를 허접하게 계산하는군.
Why not use everybody? The other two aren't fully leveled up. I don't want to bring them and I don't want to level them up.
이 정도 숫자로 우리를 전복시킬 수 있을 거로 생각했나?
에휴, 골 아프게 소리 지르기는.
Who is this guy?
사신의 사고뭉치하고 비교하면 마음이 좀 아프단 말이지.
조심하세요, 오티스. 저자는 동행한 자들과는 전투력에서 큰 차이를 보입니다.
혼자서 여유를 부릴 이유가 있다. 그거군. 소속과 이름을 밝혀라.
이 바닥에서 그런 걸 의포될 사람이 있겠어? 될 이름도 소속도 없지. 그렇게 오래 살아오니 멋대로 붙여진 이름은 있긴 하지. 한 손에는 술병을 들고 나타나 야음 속으로 사라지니 세상에서 쥐수 야객이라 부르더이다.
Okay. Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm.
우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 거.
He's got a defense skill.
엄지처럼
Let's
이해할
see
수
what we
없는 걸
got.
요구하는 것도
You know,
아닌데 말이지.
hold on. I turned this off earlier. I want to be able to read it here. Gain a swig! Bait bar +1 for bleed on the target. It's just more of the same. Gain shield for every swig. Gain swig equal to the number of enemies targeting this unit. Interesting. How many turns did I have for this? 10? And these are all the enemies in the fight. Okay. Passives. 50% HP, recover from stagger, and end the turn. Fix this unit's speed to 10 next turn. Oh, cool. Panic type doesn't change. Prioritizes Hong Lu when hit during this combat phase. 20% damage for the turn. And on clash lose, take additional damage from the skill. Deal more damage for every missing HP. At 70% or more HP, if he fails to hit Hong Lu, gain offense level down. And at 70% or less, gain offense level up. Cool. Alrighty. Why are you doing this on turn 1? It's so annoying. There. I mean, that's a terrible idea, right? I guess this is technically the best odds to beat it. Okay. Alright. Let's go, buddy.
공격 범위 확인.
I could have gone for Sinclair's counter too, but I kind of need him to get some SP. Wave Slash is a cool name for a skill, yeah. And of course he resists blunt. Because why wouldn't he? Yo! That's so much clash power from Resonance. Jeez. I'm a little surprised. I'm gonna be honest. I expected her to not beat that. She also had a little bit of envy power up because of Merceau. That's okay though. Ow. Okay, you just deserve this. You got lucky on turn 1 speed ranges? I mean, maybe. Alright, what are you doing now? Okay, gains coin power if you have 5 bleed. Don't let him target Hong Lu. Got it. Cool. Oh, God. At least they're not unbreakable. They're reading higher coin power because they're targeting Hong Lu right now. I'm gonna just ignore you, I think. That sounds like a good idea to me. That's annoying. Ooh. Okay. It's also annoying. That is a clashable counter. Currently, Ryoshi would take damage from it. She's not weak to slash. Is she weak to sloth? No. Okay, that's fine. I don't know why her being weak to sloth would cause any issues, actually, now that I think about it. It's not even a sloth skill. Just help deal damage to that guy. Try to get him out of the picture. Oh, it's called Waterfall. Yeah, that's a good name for a skill. What? Yeah, what are you on about? Deviat, Rodion, and Cinq Marceau are still fantastic rupture IDs. I don't see what you're talking about. And they work. He works really well. Cinq Marceau works really well with the Sith IDs. Okay. Okay, I need this to be the first skill that he uses so that they're not unbreakable. So whoever's going fastest is the one that's hitting him there. Looks like a good candidate. Okay. This is okay as long as he's dominating the clash. Which it says he is, but I don't know if I trust it. Who am I not? Oh, that guy.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하다.
So that's why I wasn't worried about that one. Because I knew he was going to get staggered. And trunk line. Hey, why does nobody read the pinned comment? Are the new Heisho IDs worth using in an NB team? Rodion, maybe. I wouldn't say they're like particularly good choices for it.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다. 오산이라 말해주고 싶군.
Gregor certainly isn't. He doesn't even have an NV. Like, his only NV skill is his skill 3. He doesn't even have an NV ego. It's just not worth it. Okay, they're both being obnoxious. Great. Okay, he's back to doing the standard garbage. The turn ends when I stagger him, though, right? So I could theoretically just stagger him before these two get to act and they don't get to do anything, right? Yeah, and end this turn. Okay, yeah, I can just full target him right now if I want. I probably won't because I'd like a little bit of extra, you know, sanity. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay, who can flash? Oh, all of those hits are targeting Ryoshu for whatever reason. What? And I can't redirect them, so I guess I will target this guy with the rest. Oh, no, that's stupid. What am I thinking?
좋게
There we
차려졌지
go.
않나.
See, he wasn't even a danger. Okay. Is Dead Rabbit worth running in an NB team? He literally... They're targeting Hong Lu? No, they were... You know what? I think I could literally just redirect because Ryoshi was fast enough. You're completely right. Yes, they're mixing in the Limbus Company theme to all the battle themes now, and it's a little bit much, in my opinion, if I'm being honest with you.
아픕니다 난.
Okay, now what?
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
Okay. So he kills Hong Lu this turn, basically. That's what I'm reading here. Or maybe he just doesn't. Looking at it again. Never mind. He's not going to kill anyone. I think we'll be okay. Oh! Whatever. He didn't even die. Who cares? Why did it roll a 45? Am I stupid? Did I just not read it? Like, he got heads. There's nothing I could have done about him getting heads. There was always a 5% chance that I was not going to win that. Why the heck did it roll a 45?
나 참. 주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야. 발길질도 섞어야지.
It didn't really hurt that much. Oh, on use gain 5 attack power up and 10 offense level up. You know what? Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Okay, let's finish packing these guys up, I guess. Do that here instead. This guy is fast, by the way. Like, he's really fast. Okay. If you gotta clash with somebody, I guess, sure.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
Okay. 5 speed again? Yeah. That's what, 3 clash power and 5 base power? Or final power, rather? I don't know, he's a little threatening. He's not super threatening, though.
그대에게 보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
Yeah, that guy's very dead. Get out of here. I don't know about the last guy. I think this guy's gonna definitely live. Merceau's not gonna hit him hard enough.
이제 가진 것은 이 전기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
Excuse me? What's your problem? Okay. What? Excuse me?
이제 네 놈만 남았다.
Okay.
주인도 지키지 못한 쥐지. 이상하리 마치 당당하군.
He doesn't know that the sinners can come back from death.
뭐 보옥 도련님의 목숨을 취했으니 여기서 빠지는 편이 좋겠지.
Yeah, he doesn't
뇌까지
understand.
확실히 뭉개두었기도 하고. 에헤, 내 밑에서도 좀 배우셨으면 비슷하게는 싸워봤을 것을.
And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. And after a brief break, I revived the dead sinners. Hong Lu was the only one that died.
대체 어떤 가문에서 보낸 건지.
아까 그 가치우라는 놈이 보낸 거 아니야? 눈빛 여전히 살벌하더만.
아까 홍루 씨를 보고 눈빛이 살벌했던 자들이 어디 한둘이었나요?
If you kill all the enemies besides him, you finish the fight earlier. Oh. Well, I guess that makes sense considering what Otis says.
야, 괜찮냐? 혹시 정신이 획가닥한 거면 후딱 다시 시계 돌려달라 해.
아니요. 조금 생소해서요. 원래는 여기서 습격이 있을 때마다 이 건물이 한없이 넓기만 하다고 생각했었거든요. 그런데 여러분들이랑 있으니까 이렇게 또 북적거리는 공간도 없네요.
그게 무슨 일이야?
뭐 우리가 있으니까 든든하다는 말 아니겠어?
Fair assumption, Greg. I guess. So this is probably like
어디 보자.
how of all the sinners in the fight, how was it you?
본인도 이번에 한몫했으니
And by a decent margin. I did use an ego once, I suppose. Honglu. Jeez. Shiren. Presumably Jiahuan didn't order that hit, so he probably would have known about Dante. Yeah, I would say so.
안 마시겠다고 해요, 홍루 씨. 어제 편지 뜯어졌던 거 잊었어요? 아무도 믿어서는 안 된다고요.
저는 괜찮아요. 내와줘, 스빈.
네, 도련님.
Honglu sips Shiren's tea.
그러다가 혹시나 차 안에 무슨 독이라도 있으면 아무리 단테 씨가 계신다 해도 너무 무모하잖아요.
Using a damage type that wasn't blunt. It was a middle ID. What do you mean a damage type that wasn't blunt?
단테님이 계셔서 아무 생각 없이 마신 것은 아니랍니다. 그랬다면 단테님이 공연이 아플 일이 늘 테니까요. 그저 스빈이 이렇게 무뚝뚝하게 되었어도 스빈은 스빈인 채니까 문제 없을 거라고 생각했어요.
That's when I realized that Shiven's odd change of character was reminiscent of those we'd seen earlier in the back streets of District 8. Jiren went through a lot of revivals, didn't she?
맞아요. 제 가장 가까운 시종이라 값비싼 생명보험에 들었었거든요.
Oh. So when you say Jiren's still Shiren, you mean that her memories are intact?
생명보험은 기억 자체를 건드리지는 않으니까요. 하지만 점점 풍화되어 간다고 해요. 그리하여 기억은 거센 바람과 비에 깎여나가는 바위처럼 서서히 작아지고 흐려지고 마침내 형태조차 남지 않게 되죠.
I only used electric screaming once.
아, 한때 그러한 모양의 바위가 있었구나 라는 느낌만 들 뿐인 거예요. 하지만 전 그 느낌만이라도 스빈에게 따뜻한 기억으로 남았으면 좋겠어요.
Jiren quietly cleared the way the tea set. We could not tell if she had heard Honglu or if she cared at all if she did. Regardless, we left her to her job and made our way to the palanquin that was waiting to take us to the round 2 venue.
사활을 건 전쟁을 앞두고 있을 때 가장 먼저 해야 할 것은
Otis, shut up. Normally, most sinners would have laughed Otis off for being over dramatic, but today they were all listening intently to her every word. We've already had several close run-ins with the candidates and their factions, and even the formidable Heisho pack. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that this was the time to take her seriously.
주적의 정보에 대해 알아내는 것이다. 우리에게 제일 위협이 될 만한 적, 가치우.
I'm not sure it is, if I'm being completely honest. I think, if anything, the other guy, who is his name? The guy with the contempt awe ego, is probably more dangerous in this situation.
그자에 대해 아는 대로 정보를 말해보도록.
잘린 사람의 목을 들고 아무렇지 않게 경고한다거나 저희와 시춘 씨 쪽을 가주대전에 아예 참가하지도 못하게 술수를 쓰려 했다거나.
자로라는 강한 흑수, 자공이라는 책략가를 두고 있는 것도 알고 있어.
더군다나 어제 보낸 자격도 그 사람이 보낸 것 같지 않아?
네, 여러모로 서로 견제를 해야 할
I feel
이유가
like
확실한 것
I don't
때문에.
know. Those guys were just not that
아시다시피
dangerous.
이곳 대간호는
Jiahuan,
오래전부터
yeah, that's his
존재해왔던
name.
가씨, 사씨, 설씨, 왕씨의 네 가문들이 이끄는 곳이랍니다.
The yeah, Shui Pan seems pretty nuts, but I think he'd probably sick some creatures on us instead of people.
제가 태어나기 전부터 이곳에는 수많은 권모술수와 비명 행사가 오갔고 지금은 가시가가 4대 가문 중 제일 큰 영향력을 차지하고 있죠. 그 덕에 저는 조금 더 부유하고 편안하게 모두가 부러워하고 우러러보는 삶을 살 수 있었던 거고요.
Okay.
그리고 치우 형님은 그 바닥 아래에 있었어요.
바닥? 무언가의 비유요?
비유가 아니라면 바닥 아래에 있었다는 것은 누가 떠밀었다는 소리처럼 들리는군.
네, 많은 손들이 벼랑 끝으로 밀어냈으니까요. 그러다가 결국엔 발 디딜 공간 하나 없어지게 되어
Yes, I got the new
형님에게 남은
IDs.
건
Thank you.
낙하뿐이었죠. 치우 형님은 멸문한 공씨 가문의 마지막 남은 후손이에요.
분명 성이 가시 아니었는가?
어머니 쪽이 공가의 분이셨거든요.
그런...
아마도 그 사람을 밀어낸 손 중에는 제 것도 있었을 거예요.
저는 홍루 씨가 그럴 만한 분으로는 보이지 않는데요.
애써 덮어주시지 않아도 괜찮아요. 할머니와 어르신들의 어여쁨이 있었기에 형제 자매들의 시기 질투가 따라온 것이고 까마득히 높은 건물이 있었기에 그 바닥 또한 생기는 것이 당연지사. 숨어들어도 벗어날 수는 없으니 받아들일 생각이랍니다.
Honglu remained placid throughout that entire reveal, as though he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and the clouds going by. In fact,
붙어먹은 것, 그것들도 경계해라.
I could have told you that. It was Ryoshu who appeared more agitated than he was.
뭐지? 아, 그때 그 떡대요?
내 횡.
유독 경계한 에류슈? 원래라면
강할까?
Silence descended in the palanquin.
류슈가 누구 보고 순순히 강하다고 한 거 들어본 사람?
No one replied. I mean, somebody talked to him, and he, like, you know, oh, Lin Dayu. That's like the important person, right? I want to get real close to that thumb guy. He's pretty hot, yeah.
당도하였습니다.
We found ourselves at some kind of steep subterranean area with multiple lifts installed inside. Some contestants were already rising on those lifts, but most of them had elected to remain down here to quietly and furtively discuss their strategies. As for us, we were slowly getting used to our presence, drawing the attention of every single person in the room the moment we entered.
참가자분들은 각자 승강기를 탄 후 위로 올라와 주시면 됩니다.
그럼 저희도 탑승할까요? 너무 눈에 띄는 것 같은 느낌이라 얼른.
Why was everybody talking about a chair? Did I miss something? What was... But we were stopped by a voice calling us.
오라버니.
대역.
그간 안녕하셨나요?
I'd seen a child who looked just like her a few times in Honglu's memories. I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made a mound of petals with one hand. But now she looked on at him with without a discernible emotion, a spear in the very same hand.
대혁, 네가 가주대전에 참여하게 될 줄은 몰랐네.
잊으셨나요, 오라버니? 예나 지금이나 저희 집안은 누군가의 밑에 있어야만 건사할 처지였어요. 지금은 설씨 세가에서 칼을 쥐고 있을 뿐입니다.
그렇구나. 보처 누나 내에서.
네. 그러니 앞으로도 남은 날 동안은 다른 사람을 위해 싸우다 죽게 되겠죠.
Honglu took a step toward her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It was not a threat, but her gesture carried such implicit resoluteness that it brought Honglu to a stop.
대혁, 나는 곧 대관원을 떠날 거야. 어르신들께서 세상에 나가 좀 더 많은 걸 경험하고 오라 하셨거든.
떠난다고요? 대관원을? 결국 제게는 그날의 어떤 답도 해주시지 않은 채로 이렇게 떠나시는군요. 왜 계속 그렇게 웃고만 계시는 건가요? 부디 다시 돌아오지 않기를 바라겠습니다.
한때는 정답게 지내는 인연이었지만 모든 건 공연한 일. 지금은 하늘에도 땅에도 얽매임이 없고 이 마음엔 기쁨도 슬픔도 남아있지 않아요. 꽃이 필 때는 그것이 사랑스럽지만 시들어지게 되면 슬픔만 더하게 되니 차라리 처음부터 만나지 않는 편이 좋았을 터.
너는 언제나 듣기에 어렵고 슬픈 말을 하는구나.
제 장례는 일찌감치 치렀고 뒤늦게 오라버니께 인사라도 드렸으니 부디 이곳에서 서로 죽을 때는 형체도 남지 않게 되는 한 줄기 연기가 되어 바람에 흩날리게 되길 바랄게요.
With that, Dayu walked away from us.
아, 여러분들께는 소개를 미처 못해드렸네요. 어렸을 때 잠시나마 인연을 맺었던 아이랍니다. 지금은 보다시피 좋지 않은 상황에서 제외하게 되었지만요.
누군가의 호의로 이곳에 왔다 함은.
No, I had it because I was looking at her and then she started speaking in poem, and I was like, oh, okay, this person is very clearly important. What? We've got like what, 3 major factions for the continuing story. Honglu is in Limbus Company. Jiahuan is in N Corp, and then Lin Daiyu is going to be in the is going to be in Demian's team probably. If I had to just wager a guess. I don't really want to say that out loud because I don't want people to talk about it, because obviously anything could happen, but that's how it feels to me, since those were the 3 people standing in order in that one cutscene. Means that we'll be enemies the next time we meet. 4th? What do you mean? Yi-sang trailed off without vocalizing that sentiment inside.
인연이란 건 이토록 제멋대로 달라지는 것이니까요.
The Syndicate faction is unknown? What are you talking about? What about Jiaqiu? Jiaqiu is going to be the boss of this Canto. He's going to be the antagonist here. Or maybe not the boss, but he's going to be the one that ends up winning the thing, I think. That's just my guess. I don't know that for sure. The thumb dudes are not... We're not thinking about the Canto. I'm not talking about the Canto. I'm talking about the entire game. there are 3 major factions for the entirety of the Limbus Company game story. Not Canto VIII story. I'm talking about the entirety of the game. It's true that we don't know who the thumb worked for. I'm not making an inference on that right now. Honglu muttered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift, enclosed by 4 pillars. The lift rises ploddingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates, still waiting for their lifts, looking up at us. The candidates whose fates may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle. Oh god, why you?
너는 결코 이곳에서 살아나갈 수 없다. 우리는 사활을 걸고 내 놈의 목을 칠 거야.
Someone screams bitterly from beneath us, but the lift does not stop.
홍루군, 우리가 앞으로 만나게 될 자들은 전부 악인인 건가?
저들에게는 저희가 악인인 것이겠죠? 그렇다면 저희에게도 저들은 악인 것일까요? 의미 없는 분별이네요.
분명한 건 앞으로 만날 자들 중에서는 적과 아군을 구분하는 것만큼 의미 없는 짓은 없을 거예요.
It seemed that we finally arrived at our destination as the lift slowed down. We were greeted by a sight that, at first glance, appeared to as though it belonged outside, but we were still clearly within the confines of Hongyuan. This is the facility that Garion destroys in the L Corp cutscene. What? It's literally the same facility. The parasol is there and everything. That's crazy. No, the Eurodivi guy, Sonia is part of Demian's group. His name color isn't the same, but it's very heavily implied that he's going to be. The chair. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Okay. Underneath the blue sky were 2 metal gates leading into a massive looming structure. Red lights flickered ominously around the building.
이 넓은 공간을 건물 바깥처럼 꾸미려면 도대체 돈을 얼마나 쏟아부었으려나요?
가조 심사 2차전.
A disembodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz.
시작.
The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut.
이곳이 어디인지.
와본 적 있는 곳이야?
여기는 옛날에 공씨 가문이 운영하던 구 H사의 터랍니다. 아직 그때의 상처가 채 아물지 않은 곳일 텐데 이제 새로운 피가 또 덮어지려나요?
We are surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of the teeming audience. Is Honglu smiling still as he always has since our first meeting? I turn around to face him, only to see a much younger Honglu. The deep sorrow in the child's eyes was about to overflow, as if he were ready to burst into tears. And that's the end of the content update for today, of course. They leave you with that because of course they do. Well, that was fun. Oh, you saw it here. That's why you pointed it out. Okay. God, this is a massive map, by the way. Okay, this is cool so far. I don't want to give a strong judgment on it yet because I don't know where it's going, but I would prefer not to stay in an old... to stay here the entire rest of the Canto, if that makes sense. It makes no sense that Honglu would be the one to snitch on them. Because if he was a child when it happened, that means he's over 60 years old right now. I guess it was only 10 years that L-Corp was around. But he would have to be quite old, is what I'm basically saying. Anyways. Yeah, cool. Good start. We'll see where it goes eventually. I liked these two stages, actually. Seeing other... Like, this section is probably the standout. The, entirety of the stage 1 thing. Former H-Corp destruction has to be before LobCorp was built. No, it has to be before LobCorp was targeted by Garion. There's a difference. L-Corp was a thing for a while. They just didn't, you know. Anyways, yeah. Thank you for that. Let's see. I'm probably gonna end up doing a mirror dungeon run today because I need the level ups. We defeated 100 enemies. Hooray! Yippee! Okay. Notice how I'm already at level 26 on the battle pass. Anyways. LobCorp wasn't built when Garion attacked. I believe you are mistaken. They weren't L-Corp. They weren't a wing, but they did exist. And we never knew the name of L-Corp before it became L-Corp, so... Anyways, yeah, cool Canto. I'm gonna rush the ending of the stream because I'm very hungry. If it's like there's like a full minute delay right now because of all the frames I've dropped. So chances are you won't even hear this part. But I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate all of you. I will be streaming this again next week when the update drops. I'll be dropping the new ID review hopefully on Saturday. If not Saturday, then Sunday, obviously. I'm going to work on it a little bit tonight after I get done with all of my stuff aside from that. But I hope you have a good rest of your day. We'll see how Honglu... We'll put him in the blender. We'll put him in the blender? I'm gonna put him in the blender. Anyways. Yeah, I hope you all have a great weekend. Bye-bye.